go ahead and call this meeting to order. I appreciate everybody being here this evening. We have a robust but manageable agenda of doing business of the city this evening, so appreciate everyone who's come. Don't forget those interested in speaking at public hearing, not our public comment section, make sure you signed in. Public hearings, of course, you don't have to sign in for those. We have 3 of those this evening, just rehashing the rules of the road just for a minute there. So with that, welcome everybody. Appreciate you making time. Council, I know it's been very busy lately. I appreciate each of you being here. We will go ahead and begin, as is our tradition, with an invocation, this time from Father Wiley, our police chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Father Wiley, if you please lead us in invocation.
Let us pray. Gracious, loving, and almighty God, we give you thanks for the abundant blessings of this life. We thank you for gathering us together here this evening. Father, we thank you for the gift of this beautiful city and all its residents. And Father, we especially thank you for raising up leaders in this community. Father, we ask that you be with us during our time this evening. Bless these leaders and give them your wisdom and grace as they make decisions that have impact on this entire community and all its residents. And Father, we ask that you give your wisdom and grace to all our residents as well as we live and work and play together in your beautiful creation. Father, we ask that you send your Spirit upon all of us, that we all may come to know and love you and love each other. All this we ask in your holy name. Amen.
If you join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, if you please proceed with the roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Present.
Councilwoman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Matthews. Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present. All right, all present and accounted for. We'll move to an adoption of the agenda. Council, an agenda is presented for your consideration. Are Mr. Livingston, Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda as presented? Council, are there any requested changes or amendments to the agenda as presented? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to approve the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. And we do have, there we go. So we are, our Civic Plus system, you may see us looking down just for a minute after votes to make sure we've got things logged in correctly. I think everyone is pretty much, with myself being the exclusionist, figured out how to get voting in real time in addition to doing it by show of hands. So come July, we may just do the electronic version, but I appreciate everyone still doing the electronic tap as well. All right, so we have an agenda that has been adopted. We'll move to recognitions and presentations. I will begin with item 4.1. It is, making sure I have this right. Yeah. Item 4.1 is our Juneteenth proclamation. Juneteenth proclamation. Whereas news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, particularly Texas and other southwestern states, until months after the conclusion of the Civil War, more than 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. And whereas on June 19, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas with news that the Civil War had ended and all enslaved people were free. And whereas slavery was not officially abolished until the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States in 1865. And whereas formerly enslaved African Americans in the Southwest celebrated June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth, as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. And whereas Juneteenth has been observed by African American communities for more than 150 years, evolving from regional commemorations to a nationwide celebration. And whereas on June 17, 2021, President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, recognizing Juneteenth as a federal holiday. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations have been held to honor African American freedom, history, and heritage while encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures. And whereas the faith and strength of character demonstrated by formerly enslaved individuals and their descendants remain an example for all people of the United States, regardless of background, religion, or race. And whereas the City of Goldsboro is committed to promoting diversity, racial, and cultural harmony. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim Thursday, June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth in the City of Goldsboro and recognize that the observance of the end of slavery is part of the history and heritage of the United States and supports the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth to provide an opportunity for citizens to learn more about the past and to better understand the experiences that have shaped the United States. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the City of Goldsboro, this the 2nd day of June, 2025. Madam Clerk, that concludes that one. All right. We will now move to item 4.2, the National Gun Violence Awareness Month proclamation. If everyone will give me just a moment to get over to that one. I'm on a different screen tonight, so y'all forgive me. All right. National Gun Violence Awareness Month proclamation. Whereas gun violence touches every segment of our society and impacts people of all ages, it increases the probability of death and incidences of domestic violence, raises the likelihood of fatality by those who intend to injure others and among those who attempt suicide, and places children and young people at increased risk of physical harm and injury. And whereas many violent crimes and suicides involve the use of a firearm, and whereas practicing safe gun storage protects children, prevents accidents, and reduces gun thefts. And whereas Goldsboro and the state of North Carolina are committed to reducing gun violence, limiting access to those who are unqualified to carry firearms, and encouraging responsible gun ownership to keep our communities safe. And whereas it is appropriate to set aside time to honor those Americans whose lives are cut short each year by gun violence, and the countless survivors whose lives are forever altered. And whereas orange is the color chosen to honor the victims of gun violence because it is bright, demands attention, and is the color hunters use to protect themselves and others from harm. And whereas June 6th through the 8th, 2025 is Wear Orange Weekend, signifying the beginning of National Gun Violence Awareness Month. And anyone can join this campaign by wearing orange to raise awareness of gun violence and honor the lives of those we have lost. And whereas National Gun Violence Awareness Month honors the many lives that have been cut short by gun violence in our country and supports efforts to reduce gun-related crimes in the United States. And whereas gun violence awareness is highlighted in June but must be communicated daily, we can all work to end gun violence so that Goldsboro remains a safe, vibrant, and healthy community. Now therefore be it resolved, the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim June 6th through the 8th, 2025 as Wear Orange Weekend and June 2025 as National Gun Violence Awareness Month in the City of Goldsboro and commend its observance to all citizens. The Goldsboro City Council urges all citizens, businesses, organizations, and agencies to work collaboratively to reduce gun violence in our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the seal of the City of Goldsboro, this the 2nd day of June, 2025. And I believe we have Mr. Robinson would like to come forward. All right. I think I'm on. If not, they'll fix it. Do you mind if I call you Rodney in front of everybody? All right, Rodney, good to see you this evening. Thank you so much for reaching out to us and reminding us of this important proclamation. It has been something that was done last year, done again this year as well, and just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak if you'd like to do so.
My name is Rodney Robinson. I'm a citizen here of Goldsboro, North Carolina. I am also the North Carolina chairman for the National Gun Violence Memorial. I am the first to be able to represent the state of North Carolina. We are a nonprofit organization that memorializes individuals, Americans across the United States of America that has been lost to gun violence. And today I am here to receive this proclamation on behalf of the National Gun Violence Memorial. Also the citizens and families of Goldsboro, North Carolina that we have lost, our loved ones that we have lost to gun violence. And also I'm standing in remembrance of my brother, Carlos Dwayne Benton, who was murdered here in Goldsboro, North Carolina. He will be celebrating his birthday on June 4th. So I'm here today in his honor, and again, in honor of all loved ones that we lost to gun violence. Thank you.
And Latoya, and I believe it was your request if you could get council standing behind.
Yes.
And is it okay?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
We have some pens that came in, and I wanted to share our National Gun Violence Memorial pens with the City Council and the City of Goldsboro, and I want to say thank you for all of your efforts to our police department, our sheriff department, everyone that's involved into our city that makes our city safer. Thank you so very much. And to our community, as I always say, if you see something, say something.
And you requested a picture, if it's okay, council. Those that are willing, just make sure that you can be seen, and then I'll hand the proclamation to you from right here, and then we'll have council right behind us, all right? As long as everyone can be seen, just want to make sure. If I need to slide, however you need to do it. Okay. Slide just a little bit closer.
Thank you all.
All right, everyone, we will now move to item 5.1 on our agenda. It is a conditional zoning application, 0125 for Heritage Downs. Mr. Livingston, if you'd please take it away for us, or if you want to hand it directly off.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one point of order. Councilman White is on the YMCA board, and I've discussed that with the attorney, so he can participate in the discussions, but we need the city council to vote to recuse him.
Because that pecuniary interest with him sitting on the board itself and the Y itself being the ones soliciting and being part of the solicitation for the zoning change to enable the sale and the transaction, then that would be the rule.
So to restate, can participate in deliberations and debate, cannot participate in the vote.
Right.
All right. Council, is there a motion to allow recusal of Councilman White from the voting on item 5.1 to be heard this evening?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second? All right, motion's been made and properly seconded to allow for recusal during the vote and participation during the deliberations. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote on that, not to be confused with the one that's currently up on the screen. So with that one, we will just simply vote by show of hand. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, recusal certainly allowed. So with that, can we go ahead and move forward with 5.1? Is that all the other administrative matters? Mr. Helmer, if you'd please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council. The first case before you tonight is conditional zoning 0125 Heritage Downs. This property is located at the 500 block of South Harding Drive. It is a 43.24 acre tract of land where the applicant is requesting to rezone from residential R12 to R9 to R6 conditional zoning to allow for a 145 lot single family detached residential subdivision. The current owner for the property is Goldsboro Family YMCA Incorporated. The surrounding zonings include multifamily to the north. To the south is shopping center and single family dwellings. To the east is single family detached. And to the west we have multifamily dwellings. In your packet is a copy of the map, if I can get back there. Again, this showing the surrounding zoning areas, shopping centers we were talking about there are on Parkway Drive across the stream, and then the multifamilies on the north side of Harding Drive, the single-family dwellings residential to the east. The comprehensive land use plan has identified this area as being within a medium density land use category. Medium high density residential land uses have been provided in the areas that have water and sewer services and where plans exist to extend water and sewer services. After netting out open space, environmentally sensitive areas, and public right-of-way, the effective density is approximately 5.6 units per acre, and is consistent with the recommendations of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, which identifies medium density as greater than 4.3 units per acre. The Unified Development Ordinance has proposed the rezone, states that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the land use and density recommendations. All stated deviations from the UDO shall be documented as conditions of the R6 conditional zoning. Any deviations not declared shall meet or exceed minimum standards of the UDO. The 2050 Goldsboro Bicycle Pedestrian Plan has identified South Harding Drive as a corridor as suitable for bike lanes. The proposed rezoning is consistent in that existing bike lanes will be preserved during construction of the required site improvements. Again, this is an insert from the Bicycle and Pedestrian Greenway Plan, which does show this corridor as being a pedestrian or a corridor suitable for bike paths, which is currently existing. I do have a pointer. That's this corridor right here. That's Kyler Best, and there's Harding Drive there. This is a photograph of the property in question. It's currently soccer fields, recreational areas. I was asked to provide some photographs of what a typical development of this density would look like, and this is what I believe would be similar to something the applicant would propose. So we have 40-foot lots, 5-foot setbacks, 25-foot setbacks from the street, sidewalks both sides of the street, 60-foot right-of-way with a 32-foot back-to-back driving service. Typical building elevations showcasing what the buildings may look like based on architectural details include in the proposal. These are actually designs that the applicant has put forward as typical designs that they may consider on the subject properties. Again, another photograph showing what a typical subdivision at 5 to 6 units per acre would look like. So we're looking at 143 single-family detached lots. It's 3.6 units per acre or 5.6 units per acre effective, which is effective is basically taking out netting out the environmentally sensitive areas in the right-of-ways and then dividing that number by the total units, which will give you 5.6 units per acre. So in effect, it is medium density, and it's how it looks and feels. Proposal is they're proposing 4,769 linear feet of publicly maintained roadway. This will be a 60-foot right-of-way with a 31-foot back-to-back driving surface. We're looking at 9,722 linear feet of publicly maintained sidewalks, 4,728 linear feet of new publicly maintained water mains, 4,600 feet of sewer mains, 2,632 linear feet of privately maintained walking trails. In your packet, this is overall conceptual layout of the property, showing landscaping. Each lot will have approximately one tree, be a 25-foot buffer around the perimeter, as well as enhanced landscaping at the entrance. Access to the site will be directly from two city-maintained streets, Harding Drive and Boyette Drive, an existing designated bike lane along South Harding Drive lane will remain. The applicant has submitted a traffic impact analysis showing a turn lane in the development is not warranted or needed. The project will connect into the existing Boyette Drive substreet to the east. The proposed 143 lot subdivision will be constructed in 3 phases. The project, which will be surrounded by a mix of existing residential housing types, including multifamily, single-family developments, adjacent offices and institutional uses, including churches and preschool daycare centers, directly to the west of the site. City water and sewer is available within the right-of-way of Harding Drive. The developer will be responsible for constructing 60-foot wide streets with pavement 31-foot back-to-back. 5-foot sidewalks throughout the site. Street signs and lighting would be the responsibility of the developer. Environmental conditions. A portion of the project contains special flood hazard areas, protected blue line streams, riparian buffers, and delineated wetlands. All proposed lots will be outside of these environmentally sensitive areas. These areas will also be owned and maintained by the homeowners association. On-site stormwater collection system is proposed for all streets, driveways, parking, loading areas. Proposed stormwater pond is required and has been identified on the site. It will be accessed by a 30-foot wide utility easement granted to the city of Goldsboro for inspection purposes by the engineering staff. This is the west side of the property, showing most of the environmentally sensitive areas. The little brown line there is actually a walking trail. It goes around, it actually ties into this trail here, which ties into the sidewalk network of the subdivision. This area right here is the pond, stormwater pond, that will capture, filter the water, the stormwater, and slowly release it into the nearby stream. This area here is also 100 and 500 year floodplain. Mail kiosk and parking areas. All residents will have access to the mail kiosk and 7 parking spaces, to include 2 handicap accessible spaces. 1 monument sign is proposed and located at the entrance of the subdivision. Sign will be required to be located on private property, as well as not be located within site triangles obstructing views of the motoring public. That sign will also be built of robust materials such as brick or stone, and this is a typical drawing that they presented as part of their application. It's the overall layout of the site that shows to the north you have Harding Drive. When you'll come into the subdivision, there'll be some common open play space here. The mail kiosk and parking lot will be associated, will be right here. The connection to the east to Boyette Drive is right at this location. Across here is the storm pond, walking trails, and the sidewalk network will be located on both sides of the street, so be adequate internal access by pedestrians. The applicant submitted a landscape plan that meets and exceeds the city's landscape ordinance. 25-foot wide landscape buffer will surround the entire development. Each residential lot will have 1 large tree installed in the front yard and the side lots abutting another street. This drawing here is the landscape berm to be located along Harding Drive. I've got a cross section here. So this will be located along the frontage of the subdivision adjacent to South Harding Drive. The berm will be approximately 400 feet length and will include large trees, small trees, and a variety of shrubs, and a split rail fence. And that will be elevated. It'll be a berm here, basically, with plantings along with the fence here. This shows the cross section of the existing street with the 4-foot wide bike paths that will remain. If the rezoning is approved, the applicant will be required to make an application for preliminary subdivision review. So these are like 70% drawings, so they'll have to come back with full set of drawings with the additional 30%, which is really the engineering stuff, calculations for stormwater and things of that nature. The conditions of the proposed R6 zoning district. The following are agreed upon deviations from minimum development standards for the city's UDO. If the rezoning is approved by the city, the deviation will become conditions of the R6 conditional zoning district, and staff will be looking for these conditions to be met prior to preliminary subdivision approval. So primarily what we're doing is we are reducing this, the conditions of the zoning district will reduce lot widths and lot sizes and setbacks. So proposed reduction from a 60 down to the lowest 39-foot wide lot size. The lot width, the lot size will be reduced from 6,000 down to 3,900 square feet. The proposed reduction to the rear building setback from 25 to 20, and the side yard setbacks from 8 feet to 5 feet. The applicant will be providing sidewalks on both sides of the street. Currently, our UDO only requires it on one side of the street. The landscape berm with increased landscaping on the double frontage lots along South Harding Drive exceed minimum standards. One decorative subdivision sign constructed of robust materials such as stone and similar solid masonry material. Currently, we allow for the subdivision signs, but we do not require them, nor do we have design standards for those. So this exceeds the city's current subdivision sign standards. Active open space in the form of a landscape neighborhood park will be provided by the development. Active open space with improved walking trails will also be provided. In addition to, and the applicant has agreed to provide and to meet architectural standards. They have submitted these as their approach to the architectural design of the buildings. Some of the elements that are included would include shutters and window trim along the front facades. Front facades will feature a minimum of 2 architectural features from a list that includes horizontal siding, board and batten siding, skate siding, stone accents, brick accents, and covered balconies. All slab foundations with exposed height greater than 12 inches will be finished with masonry product. Applies to the front and side elevations with right-of-way frontage. Any cantilever projection shall have cosmetic brackets or shelf supports directly underneath them. All windows within the street-facing facade utilizing siding material shall either be set in full trim, at least equivalent to a 1-inch by 4-inch board, or feature decorative sills and pediments. All windows of the dwelling units, except for accent windows and bay windows, shall feature common mutton pattern, colonial pattern in half of each window. All dwelling units shall have a 2-car garage or a 1-car garage. Garage doors shall have windows or decorative hardware. Covered porch would be required on all dwelling units. Minimum of 6 feet deep outdoor patio shall be provided on all dwelling units. All homes shall have a minimum of 12-inch eaves on 2 sides. All corner lots shall have a minimum of 1 window facing the public right-of-way. And to ensure visual variety and maintain aesthetic appeal, the home will feature the same exterior siding and trim color combinations as the house directly adjacent to or directly across the street from a like house. Planning staff's opinion is the conditional rezoning request is consistent with the recommendations of the comprehensive land use plan. Planning staff's opinion is that the city of Goldsboro can provide for public safety and meet transportation and utility demands for the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to this development. Planning staff is also of the opinion that the proposed R6 conditional zoning will not impair or injure the health, welfare, and safety of the public. And planning staff's opinion is also that the proposed R6 conditional zoning district will address Goldsboro housing shortage, offer increased housing options and affordability while providing economic, social, and environmental benefits that will enhance the residents and the quality of life. Therefore, the planning staff recommends approval of the proposed R6 conditional zoning district with all agreed upon conditions as submitted to the City Council. The Planning Commission reviewed the request on March 31st, 25. They unanimously voted to recommend approval of the request. However, the plan that they reviewed included a turn lane into the subdivision from Harding Drive. The plan before you tonight does not include that turn lane. City Council is requested to review the petition for rezoning, conduct a public hearing, make a decision in accordance with the attached consistency statement to approve, deny, or table the request to a future date. The applicant is here as well, so I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on the project.
Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Helmer at this time? All right, we'll have opportunities to hear from him again and ask him questions as well. It's our practice that we now move to the developer, to the applicant, if they are present, and allow them to present any information that they like to bring forward, and then after that, we'll officially open the public hearing.
I would like to say that, Mark, that was an outstanding job. You're very thorough. I appreciate that report.
Hey, I do have a question.
Yes,
though.
sir.
So could you go back a slide?
Yes.
One more. About the turn lane. Tell me again about the turn lane again.
Yeah, so originally their first submittal, the actual submittal that they presented to us included a traffic impact analysis showing that a turn lane was not merited due to the fact that the existing conditions on Harding Drive plus the traffic.
Wait, restate that, because the first one included it, and then
Yeah, so they since then submit a revised plan not showing no turn lane.
Okay, and that was vetted by the traffic in Raleigh, the traffic study
Yeah, so
was done.
they hired a private consultant to do a traffic impact analysis.
So what did DOT say?
Well, I looked up the traffic counts on that corridor, and what I saw suggested that their TIA was consistent with previous traffic counts that DOT had conducted 2 years prior.
Because I think development is warranted. It may be a great thing. However, with that being a cut through, because I stay on that street and there's traffic all the way, and we're getting ready to put a development there where it will increase traffic. So and there's already hard times turning at either end of Harding Drive if you're turning into traffic. So I think a turn lane would ease the traffic flow just a bit, because I do live there and I experience it on a daily basis. But if they had the traffic study, then I have to go with what they said.
Yeah, they brought the traffic engineer
Okay, but
today, and they
that's-
can address your concerns probably.
Right, but I, just me living there and being able to put the increased traffic on the road would be a concern for me for the quality of life of the
Yes.
citizens who already live there.
Understood.
And I do just want to drive home, Mark, if you would please, the original application, and I just want to get it restated for the record.
So
just
the original
concisely.
application that they submitted for
Included it.
review included a traffic impact analysis and a plan that showed a turn lane, a right turn lane into this project from Harding Drive.
Right.
Uh,
And
be-
then
yeah.
that's what went to Planning Commission. and was
Yeah, Planning
actually
Commission
voted.
made a favorable recommendation based on the information available at the time. Since then, the applicant has submitted a revised plan showing no turn lane and insisting that that turn lane is not warranted.
And they've also submitted their own, based on their own decision, they've gone out and sought an additional engineer to do another traffic impact
Well,
analysis.
no, we have not requested that yet. However,
What you
they-
told
they-
me was that they had brought forward a different traffic impact analysis.
the traffic impact analysis has always been the same. They submitted that with their drawings. The traffic impact analysis stated that the turn lane wasn't warranted, but they submitted a plan showing the turn lane anyway. And now they decided.
So the TIA came with the initial
Yes, it did.
application?
Yes.
Okay. I misunderstood that part. Yes, sir.
I guess we will be able to ask the developer or the applicant when they come forward, but I assume that the reason that the turn lane was taken off, from the way I'm reading this, is why I wanted to clarify this. The way I read when I studied the TIA, the traffic count was basically half of what it needed to be in order to require the turn lane. Did I interpret that correctly?
That's the way I read it as well.
Because if it would be different if it was sneaked by at 99%, but
Yeah,
at
so
50% of the cap.
Yeah, so they're saying
Okay. I just want to make sure that I read that correctly.
Hey, but even still, having boots on ground and live there actually, you know what I'm saying, once the traffic and you put the house flow there. I'm not saying that development is not needed or wanted or might help the economy, but I live there. So this is not something that I saw or heard. It's something that I experienced. So I speak of experience and not just numbers of proposed people driving on the road.
Is there anything else to bring forward from Mr. Helmer at this point? All right. And if we could hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Van Every. For the record, 621 Hillsborough Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm here representing the applicant, Bob Mishler, and Matt Watterson, and Mary Harold with Starlight Homes. I also have Ryan Baker, our civil engineer, and Nate Boquin, our traffic engineer, also from McAdams, should you have technical questions. I too would like to thank Mark for his help, not just this evening, but throughout this process. He has been great, responsive, and very helpful. So really want to thank him for taking the bulk of the presentation as well. So just want to slide down here. I'm not going to rehash anything that Mark has covered, but I'll stay on this slide, on our concept slide. So I do just want to hit a couple things and hope to maybe address some of the questions that might come up and that we're hearing about. So in regards to the site and where we are now, at one point in time, what we looked at was actually having stream crossing where we have, forgive me as I learn how to, okay. Appreciate y'all. It does not show up on there, does it? Well.
There's another point.
Pardon? Oh, thank you. Aha, great. So at one point in time, what we had was we looked at just the way that the lot's laid out. We had road crossings that would come over here, but what we did is we pulled that back. So that pulled back our environmental impacts, pulls back the amount of road maintenance, sidewalk maintenance, public infrastructure that would be required to be maintained. What that also did, and to hit some of the density, is that opened up a lot of open space. That gives us about 11.5 acres in total, but that's about 26% of the site is open space. And it's a combination of passive open space, and we mentioned the trail that comes through here, connects to the sidewalk, will allow for public greenway connection. But these red dots here also represent fitness bump outs. So if you want to elevate your walk, then there are opportunities to level up that fitness and activity experience. And then the open space here, it's about 25,000 square feet. So that's a great area for families to be able to have children run around, play a pickup game, that type of thing. So what we have done is we've really condensed and clustered the lot so that the neighborhood and that sense of community can really be more cohesive and centralized, And then the same thing where our amenities are centralized here. The mailbox kiosk is here along with additional parking. And there is additional on-street parking surrounding the open space area, as well as high-vis crosswalks all around in this area. And if we don't have them on here, I've made a note that we will add a high-vis crosswalk at the entrance to address that. I hope y'all are okay with that. Taking a little leeway there, but I feel that was be all right. But we'll most certainly make sure that that is striped with a high-vis crosswalk. Additionally, we have a minimum 25-foot buffer, perimeter buffer all the way around. I believe some of the requirements were just for 8 feet. In some areas, the required width is 20 feet. So we are exceeding in all areas. In some areas, here we have a 50-foot buffer. So what that does too is that will allow us to preserve the existing vegetation and as well as supplement any vegetation needed. So the other thing too that we have along Harding Drive is the landscape berm. So what that does, right, is that's a 3D, that's an elevated berm. So that too also helps create a visual differentiation as you're driving down the road. And the thought of that too is not just to create the space and the place and to reduce the for the neighbors, but reduce that space from the street, but also to help slow traffic. So I'll just kind of cover those type of things. And since I said the T word, let me talk a little bit about traffic and that turn lane. So we did look at the turn lane. It was not warranted to do a TIA, but we went ahead and voluntarily conducted the turn lane warrant analysis. I will let the traffic engineer answer specific questions, but it did not meet the warrants. And your synopsis of basically being about 50% is spot on. So one of the things that we looked at too is when it came back that it's not warranted, and at Planning Commission we heard the existing bike lane and wanting to maintain that. So we reevaluated and we looked at what we did is we took a closer look at what would that turn lane look like, what would those impacts be. And those impacts would, in order to construct the turn lane, it would have an impact on the existing streetscape of Harding Drive, and it would have an impact on this existing vegetation that's here. And so for continuity and consistency, and because it doesn't meet the warrants, and we also hear that we don't want to place any additional public infrastructure burdens if something isn't warranted. So those were the considerations that we took into account and reevaluated. If it's not warranted, it's going to have an impact on these neighbors to the west. They're already going to be impacted simply by having new neighbors. And so we want to be respectful of that. And so those were some of the impetus into making that decision. Don't know that I have much more to cover. I think Mark really covered it all. I'll be happy to answer any additional questions. I'll be happy to answer anything. Again, I have the team here. Be respectful of everyone's time. Thank you so much.
Council, what questions do we have for the applicant?
Just a quick question. Would the retention pond have a fence around it?
Does the detention pond have a fence around it? I don't recall.
So typically the retention pond, if there's any type of significant elevation change, yes, we would put a fence around it.
Hey, if you don't mind, please approach and then answer from the mic for the record. And if you would please just restate your name for us.
Yeah, my name is Bob Mishler, 4025 Lake Boone Trail in Raleigh. And Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you very much. Appreciate the question. Typically, if there's a significant elevation change or some type of safety issue or retaining walls around that, then yes, we would put an aluminum, 4-foot tall aluminum fence around that. There is no fence designed on this particular project at this time. And so your concern.
My concern is that there potentially could be a daycare in the same area, plus kids in the neighborhood for safety reasons. It's just my concern of having a fence around the retention pond.
Okay.
So is that a request you'd like us to add to the?
That's a request I'm asking, is if we have a fence around for safety purposes. For kids and those pets who are wandering around, as well as the potential for that site becoming a part of a school or reopening as a daycare and somebody wandering off.
Ryan or Sarah, could you help me understand what impact that would have, negatively, positively, if there's anything that we cannot accommodate there with regard to the easement that we would be crossing at that point, or the fitness trail, or the elevation change between the two? And I would explain more about the pond as well, as far as what type of pond it is and how it's being used.
Hi, I'm Ryan Barker. I'm a project engineer on this with McAdams, 621 Hillsborough Street in Raleigh, North Carolina. So the pond, as it's designed right now, does not have a fence, but again, as Bob said, if the elevations show it or it's requested, I mean, certainly it's something that we could look at adding, but right now, you know, there's no real, I don't think that there's really like a negative to it. We're providing the access easement to the SCM for the city's maintenance.
Any issues with the easement that runs next to it on the eastern side there? If we
I know that there's
like
a power easement to the eastern side of it, but I don't believe that we would be impacting that easement through there. The pond is a wet pond, so it will have standing water in it all the time. It will be designed to handle a 100-year storm, but I don't believe that there's a negative impact to the power easement there on the eastern side.
So, in answer to your question, the fence is particularly used for safety purposes, not necessarily decorative. So, if we provided a black chain link fence for safety purposes, you would be okay with something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll do that. And it's possible because of that fitness trail and the fitness trail, the bump outs, the walking trail, we might want to change, after we discuss, we might want to change what that actually looks like, just because it's going to be very close to that trail as well. So maybe the black vinyl chain link isn't the best way to go, but that's possible that we would go that route. So yeah, we can certainly add that to the conditions. No problem.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
All right, so council, there's been a condition before we even get into the public hearing, so we're all agreed on exactly what it is that we're talking about. There's been a request by Councilman White to add fencing around. Stating for the record, is that a condition that you guys are able and willing to abide by? Okay. So council, council, at this point, what I believe we'll be making a motion on later on to either reject or accept would be the development with the inclusive of this new condition in addition to the other conditions. Mark, am I correct on that? Just give me a nod, right? And for the record, he also is nodding correctly, or nodding yes that I am correct, and I think so we're good on that. Yes, sir.
Just a suggestion or thought. So to do this, so we don't hold up the project somehow or another, could we, if we approve the project, could we make the fence and what happens with that subject to approval by staff, so that way the staff can see to it that it's done and it not have to be held up for any reason, because the council can make absolutely clear what they want to see to our staff. And
that's what it would be, right?
Yes, sir. What we'll do is we'll add that. Any conditions that council adds to the project, we will amend the ordinance to include those in for your.
And that'll be the one that actually signed.
And that wouldn't hold it up at all.
No, not.
Because y'all would still be the ones doing the final sign off.
Yeah, the technical review committee will review it for full compliance.
Sure, on the back end. All right. Council, any other? Yes, ma'am.
I totally agree with Councilman White. We just had that similar situation over in Maplewood, and for safety reasons, we needed a fence. So I totally agree. Even though it may be a small body of water, little kids do wander off sometimes, and it can be tragic. So I totally agree with that.
Council, any other comments or questions from the applicants at this time? All right, hearing none, y'all don't go too far. We may end up calling y'all back up for additional questions after the fact. Let's move forward with our public hearing. So y'all go ahead and take a seat. At this time, we will officially open the public hearing for item 5.1 on our agenda, CZ 0125 Heritage Downs. It is our request for rezoning from residential 12 to a mixture of residential 12 and residential 9 to residential 6 conditional zoning. It is consistent with what has been placed in the packet, plus an additional condition that was just agreed to in front of everybody for some fencing around the stormwater retention pond. So with that, is there anyone to come forward and speak on item 5.1? Second call, is there anyone to come forward and speak for the conditional zoning request 0125 Heritage Downs? All right, third and final call, is there anyone to come forward and speak for the conditional zoning 0125 Heritage Downs, item 5.1 on our agenda this evening? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council, is there any questions for either staff or the applicant, or is there a motion in one way or the other?
I don't have a
Yes,
for the applicant, but I do have just some caveats that doesn't really, well, it does affect some future projects. But because we're seeing the need to develop District 6 in a rapid way with housing and other convenience stores and storefront malls and those type things, I would sure hope that when it comes time for consideration for infrastructure improvement, that District 6 is on the radar, because our roads and other things and not having any sidewalks are really paying a detriment to the quality of life for our citizens over in District 6. So when we begin to pick out roads and things for improvement, please do not forget District 6, as we have often done except for development.
Understood. All right, can I see it, Council? All right, Council, so with that, we have the worksheet in our packet. It is either a motion to approve, including the consistency statement, or a voting to disapprove, including the inconsistency statement. Mr. Livingston, am I getting it correct?
You're correct. You just want to read the consistency statement and ask for a vote on each one of those four. I believe it's four.
No,
that's not how it works.
Yeah, this is just the
Put a
statement.
motion up there,
Oh,
that would
okay.
help.
So I make a motion that we adopt the revised ordinance with the inclusion of the consistency statement with the condition of the fence around the retention pond.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to adopt the revised ordinance with the inclusion of the consistency statement and the condition of the fence around the retention pond. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All right. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. My little pop-up hasn't happened yet, but you have my vote in front of you. There we go. Now it's up. All right. So with that, motion passes 5-0 with one abstention. That's not the right math.
Yeah, that's not.
I got you now. There
All
you
right.
go.
We're good?
Sir.
All right. Council passes unanimously with plus one abstention. All right. Mr. Helmer, back to you. CZ 0225.
So our next case is conditional zoning 0225 Northwest Associates LLC. They're located on Denton Place, approximately 400 feet southwest of its intersection with East Ash Street. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from general business conditional zoning district, from general business to general business conditional zoning district for a mini warehouse facility. So actually the current zoning, is R9, and they will be rezoning to a general business conditional zoning district. Surrounding zoning and land uses include R9 to the north, single family, two family dwellings, and an automotive repair facility. To the south is vacant R9 property and also some multifamily. To the east is R6 conditional zoning and neighborhood business with multifamily and automotive maintenance facility on that property. And to the west is R9 with vacant properties and two-family dwelling units. This is the a map of the location of the property. So this East Ash to the north, here, in Glenwood here, and Denton Place is this. It's really a private easement with the existing lots on a private easement. It's kind of this property right here. So the existing zoning is R9, which is this district established to accommodate both single-family and multifamily residential uses and to prohibit all activities of commercial nature except for certain home occupations. Minimum lot size is 9,000 square feet for a detached single-family dwelling. Multifamily dwellings shall have 9,000 square feet of land area for the first unit with additional 4,500 square feet of land area required for each additional dwelling unit. The requested zoning district is general business conditional zoning, and the general business district is established to accommodate the widest range of uses, providing general goods and services to the community. The district is intended to promote high quality, accessible developments, serving the needs of the community and surrounding areas. There is no minimum lot size in the general business zoning district. The city's land use plan locates this parcel within a mixed use land use designation. This designation allows for a mixture of uses and have a minimum impact on adjacent areas. General business zoning district is not corresponding zoning district of the mixed use one land use category. So here it is showing that basically the whole block there is being suitable for mixed use. But however, if you look, there's kind of a mix of uses with residential, commercial along the corridor, multifamily here, and then some more residential properties nearby. This is a photograph of the property. It's be looking directly towards the front of the building. That building will be located approximately this location right in here, with a driveway extending out this way. There's the site plan here showing, again, we're looking in from this way. This will be the location of the building. They'll be planting a buffer between the proposed building and adjacent land uses, which are, these are residential uses here. These are commercial here. So staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request from R9 to general business conditional zoning based on the following. The property is located in an area described by the City of Goldsboro comp plan as being suitable for a mix of land uses. Proposed rezoning will not impair or injure the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. The city and other service providers will be able to provide sufficient public safety services, be it transportation and utility demands, to the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to the existing developments nearby. Planning staff has collaborated with the applicant and developers of the project to discuss the merits of the submitted concept plan. All parties have mutually agreed that the proposed conditional zoning is in conformance with the zoning requirements of the City of Goldsboro, and that site-specific improvements will balance the interests of the landowner, developer, neighborhood, and the public. Planning Commission did review this on April 28th of 2025. They unanimously voted to recommend approval of the rezoning request, basically with the four conditions of approval, which include side building setbacks will be at 15 feet, rear setbacks will be 25, front setbacks 35.93, and and no commercial enterprises shall be permitted at this location. So in the future, if the gentleman decides to sell the property or to do a formal commercial business at this location, he would have to come back to this board for additional approvals. City Council is requested to review the petition for rezoning, conduct a public hearing, and make a decision in accordance with the attached consistency statement to approve, deny, or table the request to a future date. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I believe the property owner is here as well.
So, council, on this one, that is a bit of an ironic moment that one of the conditions is that no commercial enterprise will take place, but yet we've got its own at GB because that's the only thing that does the warehouse style construction there. So don't let that throw you for a complete loop. That was sort of an ironic moment that it is not being built for commercial enterprise and is willing to do a condition that it's not going to be sold for commercial enterprise either, at least at this. As I currently understand it. Is that?
That's correct.
All right. Council, any questions for Mr. Helmer at this time? All right, none. If that is our practice, that we then offer the applicant an opportunity to speak if they so choose. No, not required to, but if they would like to. I see you over there. You might as well come up. Just introduce yourself, and if there's anything else that you'd like to add to the brief, and then.
Mayor and Council, I'm Mike Woodard, 2603 Pine Needles, Goldsboro, North Carolina. I own Northwest Associates, and I just want to build a building to store personal property, cars, etc. I was a little surprised I couldn't put it on residential track, so I jumped through the hoops to do commercial. I have commercial adjacent to it on the north already.
Council, any questions for Mr. Woodard or from the applicant? Hearing none, have a seat, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. So with that, Mr. Helmer, if you'd come back, just in case there's any questions that have come up. Council, are there any questions for Mr. Helmer on this one? All right, here, I know I'm moving kind of quickly, but I'm not seeing anyone reach for the microphone. So seeing none, I will move directly into the worksheet. Again, this is just a motion inclusive of the consistency statement. The worksheet is provided in our packet. I know everyone has had the opportunity to review it. So with that, I'll enter. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh man, thank you. This is why you've got to have people who look at you and make funny faces at you. Mr. Helmer, have a seat. I will move forward with the public hearing. Wow. Thank you, guys. So, item 5.2, CZ0225, we are officially opening the public hearing at this time. Is there anyone to come forward and speak for item 5.2 on our agenda, CZ0225? All right, second call. Is there anyone to come forward and speak for conditional zoning 0225, item 5.2 on our agenda? Third and final call. Is there anyone to come forward and speak on item 5.2, CZ025 on our agenda? Seeing none, we'll officially close the public hearing, and we will counsel that any additional questions that have come up. Hearing none, Mr. Helmer, I appreciate you going back and forth. Just hang out for just a second. So I'll entertain a motion to either adopt or reject the ordinance with the inclusion of the appropriate statement and additional conditions. There have been no the additional conditions as described in the worksheet.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'd make a motion to that effect that we approve this item as presented along with the consistency statement.
All right, motion has been made to, motion and second. All right, motion has been made and properly seconded to adopt the ordinance with the inclusion of the consistency statement and the additional conditions therein described. Is there any, there's a second. Do we have any debate? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and log your vote electronically, but seeing none, motion passes. There's one. Oh yeah, that's me again. All right. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. All right. So we'll move to item 5.3. Mr. Helmer, if you would please deliver the brief.
The next case before you tonight is rezoning 0225 Lewis B. Jones. The property is located on the east side of East Ash Street extension between Mallory Street and Oak Forest Road. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from neighborhood business to general business conditional straight zoning district. All such uses within the general business zoning district must be considered for consideration for the rezoning request. The property in question is a 41,000 square foot, 41,382 square foot tract of land, which is owned by Lewis Jones. The adjacent land uses include a hair salon to the north, neighborhood business zone property. To the south is R16 with residential structures located on it. To the east is also neighborhood business with residential structures. And to the west is neighborhood business with a hair salon. The neighborhood business district is established to provide services and commercial developments needed to serve primarily the adjoining neighborhoods. The district is intended to promote development of small pedestrian-oriented establishments whose character and use is compatible with nearby residential neighborhoods. Maximum building gross area is 24,000 square feet. The general business district is established to accommodate the widest range of uses, providing general goods and services to the community. The district is intended to promote high quality, accessible developments serving the needs of the community and surrounding areas. There's no minimum lot size in the general business zoning district. In your packet is a map of the property showing essentially these are some residential structures here that have been converted to a hair salon or a salon. I believe this one's a nail salon here. There is an abandoned residential structure here, more residential structures here, and a public school right here. The city's land use plan locates this parcel within a commercial land use designation. This designation was given based on the proximity to existing major transportation corridors and commercial developments. The designation encourages infill development at existing commercial sites. The general business zoning district is identified as corresponding district to the commercial land use designation. If the request for rezoning to general business is approved, the following land uses could be considered for future approval, and they include office uses, contractors' offices with outdoor storage with a valid special use permit, automobile sales with a valid special use permit, convenience stores, health spas, coin laundries, pawn shops, and outdoor display and sales or storage with a valid special use permit. Staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request from neighborhood business to general business based on the following. While the requested general business rezoning proposal is not consistent with the existing zoning classification in the vicinity of the subject property, a range of uses permitted are generally compatible with the existing land uses in the area. Proposed rezoning is consistent with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan and accompanying land use map. The proposed rezoning will not impair or injure the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. The city or other service providers will be able to provide sufficient public safety services, meet transportation and utility demands to the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of services to the existing developments nearby. Planning Commission did review this on April 28th of 2025 and unanimously voted to recommend approval of rezoning request RZ 0225. City Council is requested to review the petition for rezoning, conduct a public hearing, and make a decision in accordance with the attached consistent statement to approve, deny, or to table the request to a future date. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I believe the applicant is here as well.
Mr. Hilmer, if you would go back to the zoning map, please. So, bottom right, I believe it's bottom right is the one, yeah, that one right, the one little spot right. So that is an auto sales lot right now, but it's zoned neighborhood business. So is that one grandfathered in from a past?
My guess would be that it is. I don't actually know, but I don't have the history of that. But my guess would be that that is a non-conforming automotive sale, existing non-conforming automotive sales.
And then top left, I believe that's Ash Street Automotive. Is that also not zone neighborhood business? So that would be another non-conforming.
That as well as it looks like it's been there for many years.
And then the smoke shop would be GB, so that's another non-conforming.
Yeah,
So there's probably three. I want to make sure. So there's probably three things there that would be GB if we were relabeling them right now.
Right. Brings up
currently would not be permitted at that location.
In under neighborhood business. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that first. Thank you. Council, any comments, questions for Mr. Helmer at this time? All right, seeing none. Mr. Helmer, it's our practice now to yield to the applicant if they were interested in coming forward. Is the applicant here? You said they are? Yeah. Come forward. Okay. If you want to, there's up to you. Good. Good to see you.
Bob Jackson, Wayne County. Mr. Jones had a pressing issue tonight and couldn't be here. He and I decided a few days ago to be partners on this, whatever we do with it. And we are in the midst of rethinking the possibilities. So I'll be able to answer probably 1 out of 10 questions, but go.
Council, are there any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, short visit.
Thank you.
All right. Oh,
would it be appropriate now to make some comments relevant to this, or do you need to take it a step further for?
Let's go through the public hearing, and then we'll have council deliberations,
okay,
if that's all right with everybody.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, let's open the public hearing for item 5.3, rezoning request 0225. So that's officially open. Is there anyone to come forward and speak on item 5.3, the rezoning 0225, on our agenda this evening? Second call, anyone to come forward to speak on item 5.3 on our agenda? Third and final call, is there anyone to come forward and speak on item 5.3, rezoning 0225 Ash Street extension? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing portion of this and enter council deliberations. Mr. Helmer, if you'd come back up for us, and Mr. Boyette, you requested the floor, so I'll go ahead and give that to you.
And these are just some comments. I do not think that Mr. Helmer will need to participate, but
right,
by all means, if anyone hears me say anything that they disagree,
if you don't mind, just stay up here with us in case there's other questions, and then we'll.
Could you go back to the map that shows the zoning of the property and the surrounding zoning? Just some tidbits of history. This, and I'm intimately familiar with this area because I grew up there, rode a bicycle past there to school every day back in the day. I would say that the pieces of property that have existing commercial designation on them, such as the ones that the mayor just pointed out, those have been existing uses for at least 50 years. And I would assume, and I know, that when that area was annexed, those zoning designations were assigned to those particular properties because that's what the continuous use of them had been for forever and a day. I just want to point that out before I make some more comments. So this particular request is a neighborhood business to general business request, which means that's what we refer to as a straight GB request. Whereas, for example, the one previous to that was a general business conditional zoning. So when you have a property that is requested to be conditional zoning, that means that the council has control and some say-so over what goes on that property. You know what the use is. You see a site plan in 70%, I think is the percentage. So the council has an opportunity to at least weigh in and decide as an elected body what we would like to see there. My concern is on this particular piece of property, by the way that the application was filed for straight GB. If we do that, we have no control over the property, and we're technically not allowed to know what the use is under those circumstances because the applicant's not bound to tell us what the use is because it's a straight rezoning request. So in past iterations of the council during the 20 years I was on planning, past boards that sit up on this dais had started frowning upon straight GB for that reason. And the planning department and the planning commission had always encouraged an applicant to, or had started encouraging an applicant to apply for conditional zoning conditional uses instead of straight GB in order to have the council in a position to where they could offer some input. So I say all that to say I'm in favor of us accommodating whenever we know what we're getting into, so to speak. But on this particular piece of property, as the representative for the applicant said, they're not sure what they're going to do with the property. And that being said, we don't know what we're going to do with it either, but under the way that it was zoned. So my recommendation and what I think that we should do, if it's at neighborhood business, to me, that's plenty of zone category enough to be able to sell the property or accommodate most use on the property, etc., without needing a zoning request change if we were to deny this. And this would be a question for our planning director or the attorney. I know that in times past, if someone applied for general business, the council could make a recommendation to approve a lesser zoning, say if it was residential and the applicant was asking for general business and the council said no, we're not in favor of that, we would recommend neighborhood business instead. But that would be a straight rezone request to straight rezone request. I do not think that this council could approve this as a conditional zoning district the way that it's presented, because we're be jumping the pond. Is that accurate? In other words, as this is presented, as the applicant applied, we can't approve it any other way than either GB or down, and down would be where it sits at now. Would that be accurate?
I've always understood that once you're going down you receive an application for a particular zoning district, we advertise that rezoning, and it's generally not recommended that we allow the applicant to change in midstream, that they should, withdraw or if something else would happen to the application, then we could then entertain maybe another zoning district.
Okay. Well, in closing with my comments, what I would like to see happen based on the past direction of council and planning in the past, if we deny this application or request, and we deny it without prejudice, that means if the applicant comes up with a use that this zoning isn't compatible for, they can reapply and come forward the next day without a 6-month waiting period. So I think that it's good enough at neighborhood business until somebody decides what they're going to do with it. And if we request it to come back as conditional zoning district, when it does come back, we're going to have a site plan and we're going to know what the use is intended for it. And I don't think the applicant would necessarily object, and the representative of the applicant, because they've just decided they're not now sure what they're going to do with the property. So I'd like to see us deny this without prejudice so that we can address it later if it needs to be addressed later.
All right, Counselor, any other comments or questions at this time?
But for clarity, you've already told me there's GB there, right? With the smoke shop, 2 car lots.
Neighborhood business.
2 car lots, an automotive place. I mean,
neighborhood business, not general.
Okay.
That was grandfathered in.
That are grandfathered in. There's 3 items, and if we need to table this one and take it up at the second meeting in June, for the sake of being able to get any form of clarification, if there's specific questions to ask, or it may just be simply time for a vote. But in my assessment on this one, there's 3 things that are already GB there. Now, it's zoned neighborhood business, but there's 3 things that, for all intents and purposes, would be GB if it had not already been there when the zoning overlay was plopped down. So, and anything, do you mind going to the list of uses in GB? Can we get back to that slide for a second?
I've selected just a few, but there are others, but some of them are not Probably not something the applicant would consider. If I'm going the right way.
And most of the things in GB that are, that's right. Most of the things in GB that are really controversial require special use permits. And so, given the context, again, reasonable minds may differ. That's part of what makes a board function. But each of those things seemingly would be consistent with what the other businesses, even the ones that are grandfathered in, would be. And anything that would require a special use permit would come back to us. Even an automobile sale, would come back to us.
That is an accurate statement.
So, ultimately, obviously, I respect the length of service, and oftentimes really learn a lot as part of these conversations. But to me, I'm just one vote. But to me, it looks like there's already 3 things GB right there next to it.
I do
Yes,
have
sir.
a question.
Yes, sir.
So with our comprehensive land study that's going on or will go on, since there's already GB there and it's historically been GB, in your professional opinion, would they just go with what's already there, or would they rezone that?
Well, I question the. I mean, just my professional opinion. I see neighborhood business is not. It has to be near neighborhoods, to be effective, because we're talking about pedestrian-oriented type businesses where, like a convenience store, like where 4 or 5 neighborhoods come together, that or a restaurant or something. These are what I think of as neighborhood businesses, not necessarily car lots but neighborhood business has to be at a location where there's neighborhoods, and if there aren't any, or we don't foresee any in the future, then that zoning district should be reserved for the types of areas that we see as where neighborhood business is more appropriate. In this particular area, I don't see it, because there really aren't any neighborhoods there. Yeah. If you zoom further out, there are no really big subdivisions out there, and there's no connectivity. Unlike the plan we saw a few months back, where there was a strip mall at the entrance to subdivision, that was neighborhood business, because you've got neighbors, people from the neighborhood that could essentially walk to a restaurant in that facility. Okay. So that's kind of why it's neighborhood business limits the amount of uses in it, and so. It's distinct from general business because it doesn't allow car lots at the entrance to subdivisions. It doesn't allow, it limits vapor and tobacco stores now, and it limits those types of uses. That's the purpose of the neighborhood business. But in this case, it doesn't really look like it's serving. It's trying to anticipate. The comp plan best can anticipate changes in that given area, but obviously over the years that has not occurred, and now. Neighborhood business doesn't seem to make so much sense, and maybe to answer your question, I think the comprehensive plan may have a different, or could possibly have a different land use designation for this particular area. Doesn't mean it's going to change the zoning, it's just going to have a recommendation there to possibly change the zoning in the future.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So your hand back up.
My thought process, and if the council sees fit to go in a different way, I'll gladly go along with it. I just feel like with all my years that I spent in planning, I wouldn't be doing my diligence if I didn't point this out and offer an opinion on it. If you notice, all of the existing zoning that's being used commercially is at neighborhood business. This piece of property is already at neighborhood business. So far as what it's currently zoned at, it matches what's there. I will agree that the type of business that's being conducted on those other neighborhood sites is in fact general business type business. But the food for thought to consider with this, if we approve this from neighborhood business to straight GB, when the rest of all that develops, those people are going to expect us to give straight GB as well, because that's what we did for this property. This property is not developed yet. All of those other properties were annexed in, and we took what was already on those properties. This is an undeveloped piece of property. It was my opinion that since it matches the zoning of everything around it, it was good enough like it was, unless someone come forward with a need that this didn't fit. But since, for lack of a better term, the property they might be just going fishing to see what they can do if they put it on the market for sale. To me, I just wouldn't feel right if I didn't point all that out. But if the council decides they're good with it, I'll vote along with you, and we'll all be good with it. But just bear in mind that might factor in as this area around it redevelops, because we know that's going to happen with the DOT project that's coming through there with the upgrade and all that. So I mean, I've said my piece, and I'll do whatever the majority feels is best, but there's going to be some future repercussions for it one way or the other, good, bad, or otherwise.
Yes, ma'am. I saw your hand.
Can I ask the representative a question? Can you
Sure.
get him to come back up, please?
Mr. Jackson, do you mind coming back?
Hey, Mr. Jackson. Hi. So I know you said you just recently became involved with this, and you guys were discussing things. So my question to you is, during these discussions, did the applicant talk to you maybe about what kinds of businesses he was considering putting there, or the reason that he applied for it to be GB in the first place during your discussions?
I believe that we would be looking toward apartments.
Apartments. Okay.
Now, that's not
for sure, but that's
right.
Just one of the things you guys were discussing.
But I believe that that's
okay. I was just
where it
trying
would
to
go.
figure out his mindset on, so, okay. That's what I wanted to know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my concern is that he could change his mind at any time, depending on how we vote, and anything could go there. Because we as a council would not have any say-so in it. So talk to me about that.
Well, if I had understood you, I could do that, but I heard the last part, and that's all. I'm sorry. You got a soft voice, and I'm an old man.
Okay, I'm saying that, well, he could change his mind.
No.
You guys talk, and he could
sorry.
change his mind to put something else there. And if we...
I can tell you that I would have the final vote.
And according to GB, it would have to be one of those things that was listed on that list. If they needed anything different, it would have to come back to us for a special use permit. From what I'm understanding, it has to be.
There's a lot more to the list.
Okay.
I just don't think that's the exclusive list.
Right.
A lot more is allowed.
Mm-hmm.
But anything.
Those are just examples.
Right.
Just to
I
help
agree
us.
with you, Chris.
Well, I'd like to make one more comment.
Yes, sir.
It's worth pointing out that the existing zoning classification of neighborhood business will allow residential development. So if that's what they're thinking, that they may go in that direction, the property's already properly zoned for that, and it matches everything around it. But as I said, I'll do whatever the majority wants to do on it.
That would be true.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to rush the applicant to make a decision on what they want to do with their business, so I'm requesting that we just table it, and maybe within the next couple of weeks there will be some conversation between you guys, and maybe you'll have an idea. But I don't want to box you in, honestly, and I don't think that we're prepared to make a decision tonight, so I would like to table it until our next council meeting.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to table this to our next council meeting, the June 16th meeting. Is that acceptable?
Before I set the date, I would like to kind of yield to you to say if you think that would be enough time, or would you like enough?
Could you go to the following meeting to give us time to develop
So the July meeting.
Yeah, exactly. We have one meeting in July. I believe it's the 14th. Is that correct? So it's the second week. So it is the 14th? Yeah. That was a good guess, guys. So motion has been made and properly seconded to table item RZ 0225, currently reflected as item 5.3 on our agenda, to our July 14th meeting. Motion made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Ms. Getz, let me know when you're ready. All right. table June 16th. All in favor, please raise your hand as well as log electronically.
Whoa. Motion,
You said
I know we got a motion. Who was the second?
Mr. White.
I was.
Was Mr. White?
It was June. It was July.
Yeah, July 14th.
July 14th, because you just said June 16th.
Y'all, I'm sorry, I'm not on my A game
It's
at
okay.
the
The
moment.
motion says the 16th too, so we just have to update.
All right, to the July 14th meeting, which may.
It is reflected here. It's just for some reason not reflected there. But in the minutes, it says July 14th meeting.
All right. We're, yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor, question.
Yes, sir.
If we are prepared to present and get it on this agenda for the June meeting, is that possible?
If
Can we
if we table it to a date specific, which I believe we have to do, it would have to come back up at the July meeting, and we would not be able to move forward on it earlier than that. Yeah, I don't believe we'd be able to move forward on it before that.
Could I request you do it in June then?
I'm comfortable with whatever. So are you comfortable with amending
I'm
your?
willing to amend the motion if you are comfortable with.
June.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will amend my motion to the June 16th meeting.
All right. The motion has been made. I'm going to restate for the record. Motion has been made and properly seconded to table RZ 0225, reflected as item 5.3 on our agenda, to our second meeting in June, which I believe is the 16th. Is that correct? To June 16th. Motion made and properly seconded. Is there any debate?
Are you sure? All right.
All right. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. We went 8-0 on that one. All right. So now, council, we have been going for an hour and a half. If it is the pleasure of the council, let's stand in recess until 7:10. Allow for nature breaks. It has been an hour and a half, right? Yeah. So with that, we will stand in recess until 10 minutes after 7 to allow for restroom breaks, and then we will proceed with item 5.4 on our agenda. Stand in recess. Where's yours?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council.
Good evening.
I'm just going to provide a real short summary for the public. We have a total budget of $93.18 million, which is an increase of about 8.5% or $7.3 million over the FY25 budget. This is a balanced budget as is required by law, and no fund balance has been used. The property tax revenue neutral rate is 0.5632. The recommended rate is 0.69. It is a decrease of about 13.5 cents from the current property tax rate of 82.5 cents. The municipal service district rate, revenue neutral, is 0.156, and so this will be a decrease of about 8 cents, the revenue neutral rate being 0.156. In the general fund, the property tax rate of 0.69 will generate about $5.2 million in new revenue, and where 1 penny will equal about $386,000 gross. Major investments are the MAG pay study for the COLA and the market rate adjustments, 3 new positions, 2 in the general fund, 1 in the stormwater fund, a 1% increase to the employee 401k to 5%, $1.2 million in street repaving, and $3.45 million in equipment funded. There is a 9% increase to water and sewer rates in the utility fund as recommended by Stantec. I'll turn it over to the manager. I know he wanted to make some comments about the priorities. So, thank you.
Mr. Livingston?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. When we started out in the budget back in, actually we updated our CIP and brought forth a CIP this fall. We incorporated that with the top priority needs of the department heads. We did our best to fund most of the top priority needs, and we did that in the recommended budget. We weren't able to fund all those, so we had to cut over $30 million in capital expenses that were requested. We then, also went to our strategic planning retreat. We identified some priorities, and those priorities haven't shifted a great deal from the prior year. Still focusing on funding law enforcement, reducing crime, and improving our public safety. We did that by fully funding the police department's their major capital request, unfreezing a few positions so that we could focus more on community policing. Also purchasing more equipment such as a new fire truck. So we've done that in the past several years. The last 3 years we funded a new fire truck. So we're trying to catch up with where we have been to recapitalize those departments. We also, and one of the priorities that the budget mentioned was the elimination of slum and blight. So we doubled the funding there to effectively mitigate a lot of the areas we have slum and blight in. And hopefully that also correlates in some degree with some of the crime and unhoused and other problems that we have in the city, or challenges, I should say. Then we also talked about economic development being a priority. So we looked at that and we said we need to take our next step with the Department of Commerce that came here and worked with us on a vision statement. So we need to take a look at, we're effectively partnering with WCDA now, but what we're maybe missing out on some is how we're going to work with the businesses and get business development growth in the city, and how do we effectively use the limited resources we have to make the biggest impact there. So that study is going to help us do that, and also bringing in a consultant to take a look at what our services, what we provide in our services, what we're doing well in, what we're not doing so well in. So those would be polling and surveys that we're going to start doing with the residents to provide a basic benchmark for each district about where we stand in delivery of our city services. Some of the other priorities that we discussed the unhoused, we discussed, and we're looking at ways using our community development funds, but we also discussed things such as the pay and classification plan, recruitment and retention as being a big issue. That's not going away for us. It's not really going away for anybody. It's still a big issue for us. So hopefully the pay and classification study will help address those, as well as the org study. But I guess the point I would make with this budget is that, it does drop the tax rate, but we know we have a lot of needs here, and it does call for rate increases with our water and sewer. And we have to do those if we're going to fund new construction. If we kept up at the 3 to 4% inflation rate, it's arguably that would just help us with operational costs. But as our plant ages, as our water and sewer lines age, we've got to replace those things. We've got to expand it. Tonight we just approved some development. Well, if we don't expand our treatment plant in the next several years, we're not going to be able to approve development, whether it's economic development, whether it's business expansion or new homes, or even, schools out in the county. We're going to have to find ways to make our utility system be able to provide for all this growth that Goldsboro is seeing, which is good. So those are the reasons. I'm not really getting a lot into the various numbers because you can read them in the budget. We've been through all this. A 3% COLA is just basically in line with inflation. If you look around the state, you see that's where most places are going. Our tax rate is 69. It's not that far away from the counties with their proposed tax rate. So this is kind of level setting some things in the budget for the future, which I think is good. Our budget growth really isn't that much when you look at what our amended budget is. Our amended budget right now is $93 million. The proposed budget we're putting forth is $93 million. And we went through this process this year with a new system. We had our budget committee helping us with that, which consisted of the mayor, Councilwoman Weeks, and Mayor Pro Tem Jones that helped us out, trying to help reflect those priorities that they had for their for the council, and so that was helpful. So we went through that, and of course had to go back to the department heads and seek additional cuts because the budget doesn't cover everything, doesn't meet everything, but it's one of those documents that basically is, at the end of the day, it's kind of a compromise. Wasn't room to put this year for things like merit pay or even employee bonuses, but we wanted to at least get the cost of living adjustment and the pay study funded in the proposed budget. One of the things that's interesting is as our tax base grows, we have the ability to do more. Our tax base went up now from a penny's worth about 380 some thousand, whereas before it was like 266,000. So as our penny grows in terms of what the penny's worth, then and our tax base gets stronger, we can do things in the future like lower the tax rate. But until costs go down or at least level off, we're kind of been fighting an uphill battle, and we've been behind on trying to get things funded for several reasons. One is because it took 7 years to do a valuation, and our property rate stayed somewhat stable all that whole time while costs were going up, record-setting inflation. So the budget was proposed tonight takes those things into effect or into account, and I would just say that, I thank the staff for working hard, the department heads for working hard, the budget committee for putting this together, and I'll just answer any questions if the mayor, if the council, or anyone has any.
Councilor, any questions for Mr. Livingston or Ms. Gwynn before we begin the public hearing? All right, seeing none, we'll move forward with the public hearing if there's nothing further from either one of you. So we'll officially begin the public hearing for item 5.4 on our agenda, the FY 25-26 annual operating budget. We will proceed just kind of as I see hands go up or as you come forward to speak. Once you approach the microphone, if you have a handout or anything like that, please approach the clerk. If not, come to the microphone, please introduce yourself, state your name, and if you would please your address. And other than that, we'll get going. So, would anyone like to come forward and speak? This is a public hearing for FY 2025/2026 annual operating budget. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
My name is Dr. David Craig. I live at 509 Shelley Drive in Goldsboro. All right. You have my handout. The following information was taken from the State Treasurer's website. According to the annual financial information reports on the State Treasurer's website, the City of Goldsboro's enterprise funds working capital increased from $5,391,323 as of the end of FY 2020 to being $33,286,000 $96,504 as of the end of FY 2024. All of Goldsboro's enterprise funds, working capital, is unrestricted or unappropriated. The water and sewer services are enterprise/business/proprietary activities, and the city had $35 million in unrestricted cash and investments in terms of overall business activities as of the end of FY 2024. Looking back over time, you are able to see that clear correlation. The key to understanding the positioning of the City of Goldsboro's utility fund and prospect for raising water and sewer rates is to take a more holistic view. When it comes to the City of Goldsboro's water and sewer operations cash on hand, the City of Goldsboro has a better standing than both the state and group averages. This means the City of Goldsboro's water and sewer operations can cease to bring in revenue and continue to operate for roughly 807 days. For the past 2 fiscal years, this has superseded both group and state averages. Overall, for the past 3 fiscal years, the City of Goldsboro's water and sewer operations have operated with acceptable margins when compared to both group and state averages. The City of Goldsboro's water and sewer operations have bent the corner and are running well. Additional increases in water and sewer fees are not warranted. I'm sorry. All right. Until the City of Goldsboro's enterprise funds working capital, in essence, utility fund balance, begins to diminish through proper appropriation, that is to say, through water and sewer operations capital expenditures occurring by ordinances, the City of Goldsboro should not consider raising its water and sewer utility rates. And again, if you look at the tables that come from the State Treasurer's website, you see that to be the case. Water and sewer operations capital expenditures have not yet manifested as the council and our citizens were led to believe. And the City of Goldsboro's restricted cash and investments under business activities, in essence, enterprise proprietary activities, has not increased but decreased, as you can see with the table, again, from the state of North Carolina. The city has not used the additional funds it has gained from previous rate increases as it says it would. The in-house capital improvement plans were not followed because they were not legitimate. I recall being sold a bill of goods that the sewer and water system of the City of Goldsboro was in disrepair and in need of massive upgrades, such that great increases in water and sewer fees were warranted to both pay for the needed repairs and upgrades, and to also keep the City of Goldsboro from defaulting on debt. However, when the city's assets were examined, the actual required maintenance was nowhere near what was asserted to be required. And there's a reference there at the end. Thank you. Any questions for me?
Thank you, sir.
Timer.
Is it time?
Open session.
How do you have it set up? Give us just 1 second.
Say it again.
Councilman White was asking the timer. I was thinking that we did the 5-minute timer for the public hearing. Okay. All right. Just making sure. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Merritt James, Mayor Pro Tem, Council persons. Stand again to talk about the budget. I'm always in defense of those that are the least of these. Looking out for water and sewer rate increases is not required. We're at this juncture last year. We also had a wonderful reestablishment of our property taxes recently, which did a whopper to my pocketbook. So I'm sure those that are dealing with fixed incomes are just spinning. You know, a $30 increase on your car transportation may not, for their interest, may not be much to you, but that's co-pay visit for people that are on Medicaid, $4 each visit, so they can at least see their provider 4 times that year. That's somebody else's medicine. That's somebody being able to get an Uber if they need to get an Uber, because a lot of people do not have transportation. So I talked maybe a year or two ago about a 1 cent, checking with the state to see if we can get a 1 cent general increase in taxes here, so that everybody that's enjoying our infrastructure, our streets, our roads can help share the cost and the burden of our infrastructure and different things that we have. So you just said 1 cent increase in some areas was $386,000 gross. Why can we not do that instead of adding more on the citizens of this city that's already being bombarded by not just the city, but also the county taxes that we've got to do? We have to be very concerned. You know, I know we got to get our roads fixed. I mean, in my district over there, First Church of God Road, they just fixed it because it's the state, and they did a patchwork because we had craters, and we've got different holes all throughout. There's all kind of blight throughout the city with our roads and streets. But we do not need to do it on the back of everybody that's already been pinched to death. You know, a lot of people are losing their jobs. People are about to be really hurt with the changes that's going to happen, trickle down, and I hope we can do something in this state, in this community, that's going to be affected by the changes that they're looking at doing for Medicaid and other things of that sort. So we have to minimize the burden that our citizens are having to utilize and reach deep down and do something different. Again, please think again. You may think 9% is nothing. 9% is a lot on top of what we already did. Everybody is citing, oh, we cut back what we were going to charge, but we already charged an assessment, so it's not really cut back. You actually made a positive. It's like me saying this pen cost $1, but I'm just going to give it to you for $5. You're still getting $4 extra. No, $1 is $1. Okay? So please look over the budget again. See what we can do. I'm in favor of supporting our staff. I'm in favor of supporting all of our police and fire and everybody else that needs things. But we also have to take care of our citizens that's funding that. Find a different way to funnel that and let everybody else help bear that burden. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to come forward and speak? Second call. This is the, yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Lawson. Good evening.
Good evening.
That's a O, not an I. Lofton. Good evening, everyone. I'm here as well. Seems like I was just here talking about water rate increases. I don't know, it seems like I appreciate the hard work that everybody has put into making this budget. I do. My request is that you work a little harder, because it seems as if the people in this community is always taking the tab for the city. We've had, if my recollection is correct, maybe for the past 4 or 5 years, water increases. So my question is, so what do we have to show for that? I might be okay with it if I could see the same reasons that were given a couple of years ago, why we needed water increases is the same reasons we're hearing today. So what's being repaired? Where's the money going? So my thing is ditto to everything that was said. My parents are on fixed incomes. I know a lot of older people that are on fixed incomes. We could cover it with no problem. You know, it wouldn't be a problem for us. But we have to think about everybody in your district. Everybody in each one of these districts are not on the same level as you guys are, or as I am. So we have to consider the community as a whole. People are struggling. And it seems as if the only way we can make this city budget work is on the back of our community. But I think when you guys took an oath, you were supposed to have the community's back, because actually they were the ones that put you in your seats. So, but it seems like we always get the rough end of the stick. And I think it's time that we look for other things, other ways than just to let that be the first quick, easy option. And I'm not saying you didn't. All I'm saying is go back and look again, because the people are hurting in our community. And we have to stand up and we have to help. Even down to the car registrations. You've got people that can barely make a car payment. And you might think $20 is not much, and it might not be to you, but it might be to a mother of 5 kids that's having to buy things, diapers and food and that kind of thing. And then on top of that car registration, don't forget they got to get the inspection and pay the the city and county taxes. And now we're doubling down again on that. And we can't even talk about the property tax increase. It might sound good that, yeah, it went down, but it did go up too. So what I'm saying to the people that are elected for this board, please consider the people that have put you in your seats. Everybody does not look like you. Everybody does not have the resources that you have. Look at your community and see what it looks like. Talk to your people, because I guarantee you, I hear it all the time. People are struggling. We have to look for a different choice than to keep putting this tab on the residents, on the city residents' back. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to come forward next?
Good evening, council, everyone. I had no intentions of getting up here tonight.
If you would, just for the record, state
My
your name
name
for
is
me.
Constance Coram, a resident here in Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And give us just one second to get it set up.
apologize.
No, I want to make sure that you don't lose any time. Thank you, Ms. Coram.
Okay, again, I had no intentions of coming up here. But as I'm looking at the majority of the people that are on this board, as the young lady just finished stating, you all are not under, most of you are not under the conditions that a lot of us that are today. We've been hit with all kind of economic stress, mental stress, firing everywhere. I look at some of the facilities that are right here downtown, and most of us can't even go in there and support some of those facilities. But yet and still, your only answer to these problems is to increase the lack of income that your citizens, as has already been stated, you are supposed to be representing. Again, I had no intentions of getting up here, but whenever I see what's going on in this city, and I see the division that's going on in this city, and I feel the poverty that is going on in this city, I think that it is your responsibility to come up with some other solutions. Dr. Craig has already expressed. He has documented information that states that what you're requesting is not even necessary. You listen to statements from my neighbor, who I've watched the area, as she just finished saying, being patched up. And we're in a decent neighborhood, and all you can do is throw a little piece of patches on the streets. You're not showing us anything that you're doing to truly help us as your constituents. I need you to please reconsider what you're considering doing today and not increase that water supply. I live in the house by myself, and my water bills are astronomical. Sometimes I don't even use both of my garbage cans, but I still got to pay for the disposal of them. What you're doing is not right. And until we as citizens of Goldsboro continue to come up here and let you all know, election time is coming. We intend to take the city back. We intend to take Wayne County back. We don't intend to let you all just sit here and make decisions for us and not be concerned about the people that you say that you that you represent. And I'm very disappointed in my council who have not seen or heard or anything from other than my attendance here. We got to do a lot better job. If I was an elected official, I made sure that I conducted myself as an elected official. And I showed that I cared about the people that I represented. And all I ask you to do is to do the same. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Young lady in the back was standing up first, and then we'll... All right. If you would, just state your name for the record, and then give us just a second to get it set up.
Good
and
evening.
then we'll hear your
My name
comments.
is Dr. LaShawn Perkins. Let me spell that first name for you because it's a little long. LASHAUNDON Perkins. Perkins with an S. Yes, ma'am. And I reside in Goldsboro, North Carolina. So I was not going to come. I didn't even realize the budget was going to be discussed this evening.
Give us just 1 second. I want to make sure that you have your full...
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Council, Mayor. Good evening. This is very troublesome to hear some of the things as some of the individuals that's in this community has spoken on, which is the budget as it relates to the sewer and the water. I can say I remember when the water and sewage, my bill was almost about $50. And that's been a long time ago. But I know some of the individuals that had come before me, they was discussing and talking about the elderly, and they was talking about other individuals that may stay in poverty. Well, I come to talk to you about other individuals that barely make minimum wage or a little bit over. I do a lot of things in the community. And one of the things that I do is I work with education. I work in mental health. I do play therapy. So I go to a lot of these daycares or homes and provide therapy to the individual child. But we just had some of the child care professionals that some of them are out for this summer. I don't know that many of you, if you may not know, some of those teachers in those classrooms make about $12 an hour. $12 an hour. And you're talking about water bills, sewer bills, that's about $100 and something depending on where you are. Now, I don't have my calculator or different things that's up here, but you're talking about $12 an hour. Some of them get paid every 2 weeks. Some of them are trying, they may not have all the skills to get better jobs or having to work 2 or 3 jobs. Not on top of the fact of listening to some of the individuals that came before me. There's a reason why people are migrating to the county. And they're moving and they're leaving and moving to the county. Because when it's time for taxes, the city is the only one, as other ones has alluded to, that has the city and the county. Especially when it comes to those high property taxes. So a few people said before me, and I'm not saying that you have not been and looked over a whole lot of solutions, but there's a lot of problems with this particular budget. And I do believe as well that instead of us having and being on the back of the ones that are in the marginalized communities or cannot afford, that you might need to go back to the table and see what some other solutions may be. Because you may not be in some of these other areas that get to see and go to places and be and entertain and work with people that I may work with. But however, there's some problems. And people say a recession is coming. We're already tipping and tapping into that. And we don't want crime. We know money. We don't want crime to be going up where people got to rob Peter to pay Paul and do all these other things. So I'm just requesting that you go back to the table and see some other ways that how monies or ways that we don't have to increase taxes or increase the water and the sewer. Thank you.
Lofton, L-O-F-T-O-N. The mayor and the council, I'm here again. Every time I come up here, it's about what you all are trying to raise the water bill, the property taxes. Like I said before, this time is worse now than when I was up here the last time. And you all, only thing you all know how to do to raise money, like I told you before you sit here and start figuring out how you're going to raise our property taxes and our water bill, you all need to get y'all heads together and find out how you can get some money some other way. The same people, y'all was walking around here smiling, shaking people's hand, making promises you couldn't keep, telling lies. Those people voted you all in their seats. And since you all been there, you ain't been doing nothing for them, because every time you turn around, you're raising something. And you've been in there less than 2 years, and this is, if I'm not mistaken, my third time up here trying to ask you all, when you start voting on things, think about the people that put you all in those seats. Re-election is coming up. And if you don't do something and start looking out for the people that put you all in those seats, you're going to be voted out. That enough is enough. And it's time for you to start looking out for the people that you voted for. All that stuff you're going to help the city of Goldsboro, help the city of Goldsboro, help the resident that voted you all in those seats. Because right now, we can't see nothing you've done. Every time you ask them, what have they done with the money, what we done increased? My property taxes is ridiculous. My water bill, I live by myself. My water bill shouldn't be no $70-some. Half the time I got to call the city because they ride right by my house and forget my trash can. But I'm paying a whole lot city taxes and all this stuff. But I got to call back. You all need to realize, and when y'all making decisions and voting on stuff, you need to remember the people that put y'all in those seats are not sitting where you all are sitting. They can't afford what y'all can afford. And since then, the last time I was there, things are a whole lot worse than it was then, and these people can't afford it. And when you ask how the city done, what can you see our money go? Oh, we got a new Wawa. We didn't need no Wawa over there. Now we got another one breaking ground for another service. Say you got about 10 on that side of town. If you're gonna put something we'll put it where we need it at, on this side of Ash Street. But when you voting, you make sure you look out for those people that put you all in those seats. They said it as a joke when the women was talking in the beauty salon. We don't have a plane to give you all. Only thing we had to give you all was our vote, and you all stabbing us in the back because we can't see what you're doing for it. Every time there's something to be done, it's always like you're helping somebody else. We're the little people. We the one voted y'all in, not those companies coming up paying y'all, getting kickback for letting us build a service station or do this right here. You all need to look out for the people to put you in the seat. Our re-election is coming, and we're going to get our stuff together, and we're going to get these spineless people out of these seats and get some people with some backbone that's going to stand behind us.
Thank you. All right. If you would just state your name and let her get it queued up.
Burden, 1686 Tommy's Road. Burden, B-U-R-D-E-N. Mine is more of a question to specifics of something I'm just looking at this from somebody who was like watching this on TV and hearing what y'all talking about, and the questions I would have. When he brought up the situation about the change in the operating costs here, sewer and water, whereas in 2020 it was an average of $103, and now it's $806, which is $173 more than the state average. That increase is 800%. Almost, that's in 4 years. So that seems like there should be a lot of money going into it. And then you have the discretionary funds here, as he said about the enterprise fund and the business fund. As a layman, I'm asking, is that money that can go toward this rather than? Can anybody answer that? Is that something?
In large part, it's saving up for the new wastewater treatment plant and the clean water drinking plant, both of which are decades old.
Okay.
Are in failing.
So that discretionary fund is being saved for future projects.
In large part is for that, and then other infrastructure that is aged and needs to be reinvested in. To give you a very specific answer to a very specific question,
Gotcha.
Mr. Livingston, if you'd
That's
like
what
to
I want.
expound on anything, but
well, I think that's important to recognize. I don't like the fact that things cost more.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the fact that 10 years ago I built a water treatment or wastewater treatment plant for $16 million. Now that same plant is costing us $120 million. So yeah, if it was like $16 million now, we wouldn't be talking about this. So the problem
I'm sorry for interrupting. Is that plant that you're talking about, is it bigger than the plant that you could build for $10 million or at the same size?
It's 3.4 million gallon expansion just to be able to provide for the growth that is coming our way, and to be able to that doesn't account all the repairs that we need to make, but just the capital improvement of that particular project, which takes years to do. So that's why we are saving it up and putting it in a capital reserve fund so that we can do that, so that we can have sewer treatment, not just for Goldsboro, but potentially for the region as well.
Okay, all right. That makes sense in some ways, but at the same time, that 800% increase, that's something that might need to be talked about a little bit more, just in my opinion. If I'm just watching it on TV and I'm watching what's going on and I want to know what's going on in my community, I'm going to want to know why it's such a drastic increase as compared to the rest of the state. That's all. But I appreciate the answer for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who would like to come forward next?
That's a healthy thing.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Rodney Robinson.
Give us just a second to get it queued up.
This is my first time ever speaking on budget, but I'm always watching though. I'm always listening. But it seems as though, I'm just going to be honest with it, most of our money, it seems as though it's going to public safety. And our community is not safe. So what is that money doing for us? How is that money going back to our community to keep us safe when we have a lot of crime in our city? We have a lot of unsolved murders in our city. I'm sitting here looking, I graduated from the Citizens Academy, and so this is the information that they gave me in the Citizens Academy. And 26.3% goes to public safety. Why? That's a lot. I don't feel safe. I really don't. There's a lot of citizens that don't feel safe. I'm constantly reaching out to different council members about unsafe environments and things of that nature. But if the money is going there, it needs to be evident, because a lot is going there. So that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you. Ma'am, I think I saw you standing up. And if you would, just state your name and give us just a second to get it set up, and then the floor will be yours.
Carolyn, Carolyn Woodley Horn, Woodley -Horne. Okay, good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
Like some of the people before me, I was not prepared to say anything. However, the budget is something that has concerned me since I've been here the last less than 10 years. And I am concerned with some of the things that have not been done. However, there are things that have been done that doesn't quite make sense to me. I've noticed, I live in the area where the new convenience store gas station is going up. I don't understand why. There's at least 6 gas stations within a mile of where this new location is going. They're planning to build housing. Why not find a developer who will put in a grocery store? Something a little more convenient, accessible, usable by the people in the area. Also, the streets. I've noticed that with the new construction going up just in my area, and I live on New Hope Road, close to Calabasas, and the new street, the traffic is getting to be ridiculous. It was to start. I'm sure it will increase. However, my other question is that with regards to the water and sewer, I live in an apartment complex, Reserve Bradbury Place on New Hope Road. Our water, at least the majority of us, our water is included in our rent. Therefore, we do not receive the water bill with whatever information they're passing on. So when y'all make any increases at all, we don't know about it until we get our rent bill. And we find out that rent and sewage has gone up. I live alone, and my rent and sewage was almost $60, and I'm trying to figure out why. Even when my grandson was staying with me, it wasn't quite that much. However, there was no notice that it was going up. There is no explanation as to why it has. When y'all are increasing the taxes, I have a 2018 Camry. The value of the car continually goes down. However, my taxes have gone up on my car. I don't understand. How am I paying more for something that is considered to be valued less? So I'm not sure what the process is that y'all go through with regards to setting the budget, deciding who gets what, deciding how you're going to raise the rates, why you raise the rates the way you have. As they said before, I am also on fixed income. Rest assured, every time a rate goes up, even if we get a 10% increase, which is asking a whole lot, but if we get a 2% increase in our Social Security, everything goes up at least 5%. Where's the money supposed to come from? If we're supporting the city as well as the county, there needs to be some consideration concerning where the money is coming from, because pretty soon those of us on fixed income will become in that population of the unhoused because we can't afford it. Or if we manage to afford the rent, we won't be able to eat. We won't be able to keep our lights on. We won't be able to put gas in our vehicles if we can afford to keep it. Please give us some more consideration. I know you're supposedly doing your best when you're making your decisions as to what you're going to do with the money and how you're going to get the money. But if you're causing people to leave the city, then that means when they go, so does the money. And you are asking those of us that don't have it to give it to you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. If you just come to
Good evening.
state your name, same process.
And I didn't plan on coming up as well, but I'm going to share this. My name is Tondalayo Clark, Tondalayo. Clark. Taylor Street, South Taylor Street, yes. And, okay. And actually, my neighbor sent a letter to everyone on March 12th, and it included a petition. So I'll read it because he hasn't received a response yet. March 12th, 2025, to Mayor, City Manager, and members of City Council, from James R. Hennett, South Taylor Street. On Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, the Goldsboro News-Argus reported there would be an increase in the water bill for citizens in Goldsboro, Wayne County. Over the past 3 years, there has been significant increases in the water bill with no end in sight. Citizens of Goldsboro are comprised of senior citizens, everyday working class people, and people with mental and physical disabilities. Residents cannot continue to absorb the high cost of living in Goldsboro while paying both city and county taxes. We are being shortchanged with limited services, such as maintaining and repairing streets and roadways. I am extremely disappointed that not one council member spoke on behalf of the people, knowing that they are being priced out of the market. In addition, according to the News Argus, the city currently has $24 million in existing debt. The mayor and city council cannot attempt to balance the budget off the back of citizens living in Goldsboro. City leaders do not communicate with the people, as mentioned. We only see them when they are campaigning for re-election. Attached to this letter is a petition with names of citizens who are very displeased with how the city has been run. We cannot afford to continue to live on false hopes and broken promises. I request a response regarding what the future of Goldsboro, North Carolina is and how citizens will benefit. There were just over about 100 signatures. I know for the past at least 8 years, not only my neighbor, I have sent letters. I prefer sending a letter in writing. I won't email too much because, again, emails will get lost. I didn't see it, what have you. But there hasn't been a response. The water bill has been increasing for over the past 8 years. It's not just the past 3 years. And it's mind-boggling to me. And minimum wage. No one's receiving a pay increase. No one's receiving a raise. We all know that. Maybe the city and people in government are receiving raises, but everyday working class people, we're not receiving pay increases. And I am a teacher as well. Okay? So I retired. I went back to teach. But my students, there's a lot that we learn through the children. Okay? They might not say exactly what they're going through, but some things we have to do for them because of what they're going through. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Who would like to come forward next? Second call. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak? This is the public hearing on FY 25-26 annual operating budget. All right, I'll do a third and final call. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak on item 5.4 on our agenda, the public hearing on FY 25-26 annual operating budget as presented so far? All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Council, the budget has been presented, and there has been opportunity for council to be able to review it and ask any individual questions. At this time, are there any specific adjustments or amendments? I'm not calling for a vote tonight. That's not what tonight is about, but opening the floor for discussion. Are there specific changes or pieces? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a request of our finance director and our manager to take a look at something for me, or us, but I'm the one that's talking about it. And what I'd like them to look at, and then I'll explain why. I would like for them to take a look at the budget as it's laid out and come back to us, and if everybody agrees, I want somebody to come back and take a look at the budget and see what we can do to figure out how to put the employee bonus back into effect. And the reason that I say that, I've been a city employee before, living from paycheck to paycheck, and I know how much that bonus matters to people that are struggling, particularly the ones that are making at the bottom end of the scale for things. And I know from a conversation that I had with former council member, former Mayor Pro Tem Taj Polak, whenever the previous council first implemented that pay rate or holiday bonus, Mr. Polak indicated to me that it was the intent with that for it to be ongoing, that the council had, that particular council had agreed to set aside a percentage, whether it was a 1 cent or half cent. I realize that the value changes as property taxes, property values change. But I would like to, for the finance director and the manager to come back and take a look at that and present to us a couple of options that we can look at to do that. I know that we are looking at cost of living, I know, and straightening out some of our employee pay, and that's fabulous because that's what we need to do. We had some employees that weren't making what they should have made on the last pay study. So I'm tickled to death that that's been addressed. I'm tickled to death with the hard work that the budget committee has put in putting this budget together. But I just feel like that I'd like to see somebody come back with a way to figure that out, and not only a way to figure it out this time, but if that was the will and the intent of the council when they put it in place to begin with, I would like to see us put that in place if we can figure out a way to do it and leave it so that our employees don't have to wonder every year, that am I going to have a bonus? And if the people that come to expect that or come to depend on it to buy gifts for their kids for Christmas or whatever, I would like to see us figure out how to do that and then carry on and continue to do that. Again, I know that we are doing some cost of living adjustment and some salary adjustments, and that's much appreciated, I'm sure, from every employee that we have. But to finish up that thought process, we ask, in layman's terms, we ask all of our city employees to take one for the team last year so we could straighten out public safety, because we were in an extreme situation with public safety that we had to do something, and we did, and that is improving and all is well. So I'm happy that we're circling back around and doing what we said that we would do with this cost of living increase and following the recommendations of the pay study and catching everybody up like we said we were going to do. But I would like to see the bonus for our employees put back in place, especially for the ones that need it most, if you can bring us something for us to consider. So that's not that I'm saying I want to vote on something. I just would like it to come back so we as a council can have an opportunity to see what you can come up with and possibly put that back in place. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir. Yes, sir.
So there's a couple of things. The fees for Parks and Rec is one of those things. The county doesn't have a Park and Rec department, so we pick up the tab for everybody that live in Wayne County, Fremont, wherever they may be. The parks are well maintained according to our briefing that we receive, but they're overly loved. So I think that we need to adjust our fees for our Parks and Rec, or go to the county commissioners and ask for some type of help maintaining the system.
That request has been made a few different times over the years.
Well, if it hasn't come to pass, then we need to raise the prices. If it's $200 for city residents and it's $250 for non-residents, it should go from $200 to $300 for them. $200 for us. It needs to be significant enough that we can maintain our equipment. It is unfair for our citizens to foot the bill for everybody in Wayne County. Then I will go to the power bill for our roads and streets. According to the report, we're supposed to get $1.2 million for the power bill. I would like to see and ask that we go back and we rework it, since we're working on comp studies right now, to see if we can take those salaries out of the power bill that we're paying right now, to see if we can get that money back into maintaining our roads. That will give us approximately right where we need to be. The study that we paid for said we need to be right around $3 million to be moving forward. So if we only put a $1.2 million into that pot right now, we're not even moving forward. We're not even standing still. We're moving backwards because next year we have to come up with $5 million to stay on track. So I would like to see us come up with some type of course for that. And then the MAG study, if I'm not mistaken, first of all, we had 3 years to implement the study, so we can phase it in. We don't have to do it all at the same time, so we can phase it in. My suggestion, as dealing with a large organization for 31 years, is that we start from the bottom down, the bottom up. So we give our junior, for the lack of a better term, our sanitation workers, our people with the boots on the ground, make sure that they get their raises first, because everybody on that study did not get a raise. We shouldn't start with the heavy hitters to start out with. We should ensure that we get those same people that Councilman Boyette is talking about for the bonus. We need to make sure that they get their actual pay raise. And if we phase it in, we'll have some more money to do other things within the budget, because we have 3 years to phase it in. And then finally, I think we should have some type of briefing or slideshow or something for the citizens and me, I only speak for me, at where the money actually went, not that we misappropriated it, so we can better understand. So we can better understand where the money went. So if we can better understand it, maybe we can have buy-in instead of compliance. So those are my suggestions with the budget right now. So I'm not in agreement with a 9% without knowing and having a comprehensive study on where the money went, how it was used, and what better services that did the constituents receive. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, sir. All right. Tim?
Well, I have always been against the raising of utility, and I want to see us revisit the 9% and see what we can come up with, because I do have several constituents that have voiced their opinion, and having sat on this council for a couple of years, I also was against it in the very beginning. Even though I am on the finance committee, we've talked about several things, and you know we did, and we cut out a lot of stuff. But I would like to see us revisit that 9% increase. Thank you.
Okay. All right, council. Any other comments at this time on the budget?
Are we not going to do a budget session like we normally do? I know that time has been allocated for us to go and speak to the city manager and the finance director. However, I don't know why we haven't planned a session that we specifically talk about the budget only, because I don't think now is the appropriate time to do that. I think we should allocate specific time like we've always done to discuss it in more detail.
The idea was brought up last meeting, and at that time council didn't choose a date. So that opportunity was brought up. All right. Council, are there any other questions on budget at this time? Obviously, tonight is not a voting night on the budget, but there is more work to be done. Obviously, comments can be directed to myself or the manager or the finance director, questions as well. And wonderful, very well articulated questions and concerns from the public this evening. Obviously, we've got some responses we want to make sure we're able to get up and get out for folks as well. Yes, ma'am.
I know we did discuss that last time about having a work session, but I mean, I'm not in opposition to that. If any of you guys want to have a special,
I'm cool with it.
I mean, I'm just putting it out there. I don't know how anyone else feels about it, but I'm not in opposition to that.
All right. Is there a date that you have in mind?
Well, I was thinking maybe we could have some discussion about it and see how
Okay.
everyone feels about it.
All right, council, is there a date that council would like to set for a work session?
Me personally, I would like for us to do like we normally do. Laura always sends out an email. We always send our schedule. I don't think now is the time for us to pull out calendars to see what it is. If we could all get something to her by Wednesday, and then we can go ahead and set something.
Didn't we do that once already?
No, we
Not
didn't.
for this one? Okay.
No, we did.
All right. All right, then council, we will survey council and look for dates and see if we can get something together between now and the June 14th or June 16th meeting, so that we can have a fully formed budget to be able to present. Is there any other comments at this time on the budget? All right, seeing none, let's move to our next agenda item, which is item number 6. It is the public comment period. Let's see if we have any remaining comments. It is, again, just following, is there anyone else that intended to sign in that didn't, to speak in the public comment section? All right. Yes, ma'am.
Our first speaker is Rodney Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Rodney Robinson, and I come today with a task that is so uncomfortable, but when God sends you with a task, you must do it. I was cleaning my room the other day, and I was worshiping God, and as I was praying, he informed me that my time was now. And he also wanted me to let the people know that was before me that he's not pleased. So I'm here to make a report to Goldsboro Housing Authority and the City of Goldsboro for the mistreatment and the rejection that you have caused upon God's child. He is not pleased. And I'm here to let you know today that last week I was walking, minding my business, and a Goldsboro Housing Authority employee thought it was nice enough to pull out their phone and record me and follow me to one of my destinations. That day I called y'all. Y'all probably didn't know, you probably missed a call from me, but I called y'all that day just to let y'all know what was going on. I'm tired of it. I am sick and tired of Goldsboro Housing Authority and Mr. No Good Anthony Goodson Jr. I am sick of the rejectment that they have given to the city of Goldsboro and their citizens. They are making us look terrible. If you guys would have listened to me and Natalia when we came up here years ago, none of this stuff would be happening. Now we got citizens in Fairview that got to struggle to move because of termites and people roofs falling in. Guess what that is? The word of the Lord. He's not playing and he's not pleased. And every single structure in this city can and will fall under his subjection. I don't like it. I don't like the way I was treated. I don't like the way I was lied to. I don't like it. Goldsboro Housing Authority illegally evicted me over $5. I thank God because I'm living in a rent-free home right now because of the resources that he has given me. When God says that he will make your enemies your footstool, he means that. I am appalled by the mistreatment of Goldsboro Housing Authority, and God's judgment and his wrath is coming upon the city of Goldsboro. And I'm telling you this right now, if your hearts are not in order, if your house is not in order, if your minds are not set on heavenly things, I'm going to let you right now. You all going to start losing stuff. Y'all think that there's a lot of stuff going on now, but chaos is getting ready to hit the city of Goldsboro. I'm going to let you know right now, chaos is coming. I'm not nobody perfect, but because of how they and y'all treated me, the wrath of God is coming to you. So I come to let you guys know that not too many days from now, God is getting ready to come see about Rodney Robinson. And this is my time. So to Goldsboro Housing Authority, Miss Margita Rouse, and everybody else that done me wrong, I'm still standing, I'm still strong, and I thank the Lord, and I come to report I am victorious. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandra Alston.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Sandra Alston, and I live on 607 South Pineview Avenue. And I come to complain about the residential streets. It's ridiculous how whenever you back out of your driveway, you back into a pothole. And sometimes it might pop your car, your tire, and then you have to have your car sometime aligned more than 3 times a month. And that's ridiculous because the streets are so raggedy in the residential area. And that's why I came today. Ordinary, I wouldn't have came. I've been home with my sister that's sick. But I said, somebody need to tell you all. Pineview, Walnut Street, Oleander, Andrew, Audubon, Elm, Ash Street, they are ridiculous. When I'm riding down the street, my car's bumping the bump, and I'm going the speed limit, 25. And when I get out there to 35, it's even worse. And so I said, somebody need to tell these people. Who do I tell? I called up here. Somebody said, go before the council. I said, okay. I've never been here before. My friends came. My in-laws came. But I never came. So I said, today I'm going and complain about the residential streets are ridiculous. I said, I'm tired of calling, and they come and patch that hole, and 2 months later, the hole is back. That's how it is on Pineview. But you don't need to do just my block, 607, Pineview, South Pineview. You need to do the whole street. Audubon and Walnut. Evidently, you all haven't written down Walnut Street. I mean, your car goes just like this, all the way down. And I'm saying, why is it like this? Don't the people pay taxes? Yeah, we pay taxes. So why don't the street fix? It's been like that. I've been on Pineview over 25 years. And all they do come and patch. 2 months later, it's patch. It's ridiculous. It's most ridiculous. And so I'm asking you all, the streets that I named and many, many more need to be patched. I saw some streets that need to be paved. I saw some streets that were paved. And I said, I called up here and I said to the city hall, I said, why are those streets paved over there behind IGA, the service road? I said, they paved the service road? What about us residential people? What about our streets? And then I went over there, my time up, that's what I mean? No, yeah. Then I went over there off of Harris Street and went around that little curve, and I said, oh, they paved this street. I don't understand. I really don't understand. But I'm asking you to see about those streets that I named and many more that need to be paved. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Our next speaker is David Craig.
All right.
Let me say, yes, sir. Do I need to repeat my?
No, you're good.
All right. Let me say this directly. If you don't raise water and sewer rates, you're still going to run a surplus. And so you're still going to add money that you can use later. Although, technically speaking, the utility fund is only supposed to be ran with a 5% contingency, which is not the case. And nobody really wants to talk about that, but that's okay. What I'm saying is the utility fund balance is going to continue to increase whether you increase the sewer and water rates or not. So, that being said, sometimes you just got to choose to do the right thing. But if not, I mean, that's on y'all.
That was our last speaker.
All right. So with that, we'll close the public comment period. And we'll move to section 7 on our agenda, the consent agenda. Mr. Livingston, if you'd please present items 7.1 through 7.4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Consent agenda is normally routine instances, and this non-controversial. We have the Juneteenth Unity and Heritage Festival street closure request. That's a item they've asked for several years now going. A memorandum of understanding between membership agreement for Clean Water Education Partnership, and resolution approving Dillard Goldsboro Alumni and Friends Incorporated spending plan and reallocation of funds, and approval of the May 19th, 2025 Goldsboro City County meeting minutes. I would just ask for a motion unless there's any specific issues with any one of those consent agenda items.
Council, are there any remaining questions for items 7.1 through 7.4? Hearing none, I will call the vote. Madam Clerk or Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call? I'm sorry, do you have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor
Mayor Pro Tem Jones. Councilman Boyette.
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Councilwoman Matthews. Yes. Councilwoman Weeks.
Yes.
And Councilman White.
Yes.
All being in the affirmative, consent agenda is approved. All right, moving to section 8, we have no items under old business this evening. We'll move to section 9. We have items under new business. Mr. Livingston, if you please deliver the brief on item 9.1.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. As the council knows, we have been going through a study that's started out with our phase 1 of a study the state has been working with the county and some of the municipalities, including the city of Goldsboro, looking at the feasibility of how to effectively provide sewer treatment services for everyone in the county. And so we've had meetings with various stakeholders, which means elected officials from every jurisdiction that's involved in that, which includes Pikeville, Fremont, Eureka, Mount Olive, Wayne County, and the city of Goldsboro. So phase 2 of the study, well, phase 1, you saw the report in your packet that showed kind of what some of the results was from the study. But what we haven't done is gotten down into the nitty-gritty of really determining cost to see what the cost would be for, say, Mount Olive to run a regional sewer line, which would be very, very expensive to tie into Goldsboro, but it would probably be cheaper than having to redo a whole new treatment plant, which is what they're looking at because they haven't invested in their treatment plant. So we have examples right here of things that haven't worked in the region because they failed to invest in their treatment plant and they lost economic development because of it, namely, which we benefited from, which is namely Mount Olive Pickle. But we're here tonight to take a look at the phase 2. I have Mr. Bob Taylor here, who he's graciously been here for this whole time. I appreciate that, Bob. And he's here and answer any questions that we have. But the second phase of the study continues and all to go in the direction of what is the best option for the region. So there's 2 areas that we've kind of decided on. One would be a merger of the Goldsboro with the other communities, and the other would be creating a separate and apart water and sewer authority board. And you know, we and Goldsboro have said we much prefer a merged system similar to what Raleigh did, because there really hasn't been a good plan yet how you would divest our assets that the ratepayers have heavily invested in and continue to invest in to maintain and expand our sewer services. But I would just ask Bob if you can come up here to kind of, I didn't want to steal any of your thunder, but you can talk a little bit more about this, the purpose of this committee perhaps. Because that's what we're here to do tonight, is appoint someone to the committee.
Yes. I'll just introduce myself. Bob Taylor. I'm a program development coordinator in the Viable Utilities Unit at the Division of Water Infrastructure at the Department of Environmental Quality. I know that's a mouthful. But yes, like the city manager said, like this is we're moving into the phase 2 of a study that we've affectionately called the Wayne County Partnership. That Wayne County Partnership was actually one of the first round of grants made by the State Water Infrastructure Authority under a new program called the Viable Utility Reserve. And you know, so at that time the state invited each of those partners to participate in this study. And so like Matt said, it was a high level study, but as part of that, all the partners agreed that like, we want to know more about this. And so they each put in, you know, a letter of commitment to pursue additional funding. Thank you to the city of Goldsboro. You guys took the lead on being the applicant for that funding, but you actually applied through a competitive funding round. And that grant was awarded. And you know, so as part of that, we really wanted to move phase 2 to be driven by the partnership itself. And so the way we decided to do that was to form this committee. You know, we drew up the charter that I believe is in front of you this evening, but with the idea being, you know, that the partnership itself, you know, start driving the meeting, start driving, the information that is discussed at the different meetings, and especially to do the work that really needs to be done between those meetings. Because we know that there's a lot of discussion that needs to be done, at each utility, and also between partners, as this thing unfolds. So that was the purpose of really, forming the committees. And to be clear, like, I will still be very involved, throughout the process. We just wanted for this next phase to really be, just a process that's really from the ground up, so that you guys feel ownership. This is not something that the state is putting, on any of these partners. So I hope I hope I'm providing the explanation that you guys need. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
The phase one group, I remember, when did those start meeting? It was over a year ago.
Yes, and to be fair, the initial meeting was actually before I started in my current role, but that was one of the things I did, was kind of pick up, and that was late 2022, and so then we met, with some good regularity until that final report was done for the phase one.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so at this point, Mr. Livingston, the recommendation is to recommend Councilman Boyette as the elected official serving Goldsboro, and recommend that we appoint one elected official alternate. Councilman Boyette has been attending the meetings regularly, representing the city. I've been attending them as my schedule would permit. What is your recommendation, Mr. Livingston?
Well, I think Councilman White expressed some interest in serving on that, or at least.
Yeah, I have. So. I do have interest, and then I also would like to just tag on with that. And something that's important that we're talking about our assets as a city. I do think that the council need to be brought in on it. So because we didn't know that there was meeting for over a year. I know I did. I'll just speak for me.
I didn't either, Councilman White.
Okay, so I do have interest in actually serving on the board.
Okay, and it's been included in Matt's reports a few different times as different meetings and different milestones have been hit, but that has not been weekly or monthly. I don't want to insinuate anything to the contrary there. So, is the recommendation then to appoint? The motion's popping up here. So, do we have a motion to appoint Councilman Boyette and Councilman White as the alternate, the city manager, the public utilities director, the engineering services manager, who would be the staff alternate, to the Greater Wayne Regional Wastewater Committee?
We still got some discussion.
Okay.
So could we actually ask the actual motion of who's going to be the alternate and who's going to be the primary?
We can do that. All right. Would you like to do it? If there's a motion to name Councilman Boyette as the primary, and then do that one first, and then Councilman White, are you asking that then do the second motion to appoint you as the alternate?
Well, what I heard, if I may, is the council should decide who the primary is and who the alternate is. While we have received Matt's recommendation, for whatever reason he chose Councilman Boyette, I would like to make a motion that we make Councilman White the primary representative, or if both of them can attend the meetings at the same time. So does an alternate mean if one's not there, the other one goes, or can an alternate mean they both can go to the meeting at the same time?
They both can go. Just one of them is going to be the voting person.
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
I think they both should go.
Yeah, they both can go. There's no problems with that. I think, is that not?
Yeah.
I had made a motion too. I made a motion, so I would like to deal with the motion.
Saying something.
Okay.
That was my suggestion. I think they both should go.
All right.
Question before.
All right, hold on 1 second. A motion's been made. I have to recognize the motion. So a motion's been made. Is there a second to that motion? That's a second call. Is there a second to the motion to appoint Councilman White as the representative?
Okay. Right. Second my own?
Yes.
It was my motion.
Oh, I'll second.
All right. Motion's been made and properly seconded, so now let's have the deliberations. Is there debate? The floor was yours unless you were finished.
No, I just said, I think that they both should go.
Sure.
Well, and they can. It's just, and that, in fact, all of you could go. It's just one person's vote. So you could basically collaborate and vote and let your person vote how you think they need to vote.
I think they should both go because it would be good for them to be there and to talk about it together, you know, instead of one having to follow up and tell this person and that person. So I just think they both should go.
I mean, we're just starting those meetings back again, and I think we're just trying to get the organization down. So I think they're flexible, but on the basic rules, they have 2 voting members from each jurisdiction, and they're just recommending things. I mean, I just want to emphasize that. Not that that's, you know, doesn't matter, but they're recommending to the city council. So, you know, you could all attend, but basically it would be a vote that the staff would have and one elected official would have as part of that group, the consortium.
So there would be one elected official vote and one staff member vote.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
I would like to finish what I was saying because I didn't get a chance to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The reason I'm suggesting Councilman White to be the primary is because Councilman Boyette serves in a lot of capacities. So it's nothing personal against Councilman Boyette. It just allows other council members to be a part of different organizations and different boards. So that is the reason why. And I think we should be willing to share the responsibility and to share some of these boards amongst the entire council is the reason that I think it's important to choose him as the primary person.
Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
A couple things. To start with, the way that I accidentally ended up in the position to be recommended when the email went out and whenever it was when we first got started, it was sent to all elected officials, and I responded to that email that I was going to go. I was the only elected official that showed up to that. And as a result of that, I ended up with the manager being there and having those discussions. And so a couple of things. It would be important to point out again, as was discussed, what things have not got to there wasn't really a whole lot to discuss until now. The rubber's fixing to meet the road whenever we really get to work doing what we're doing to move forward. But that committee that was put together was only put together of people that understand the infrastructure so that that person can come back to their elected body to say, this is what I think we need to do, and the elected body is going to make that vote, not me. I'm only being tasked with bringing the information back to you guys. Now that we're at the point that we are, I was going to say when we get through this, so I can go ahead and say it now, I would like to meet with each one of you either in pairs or individually to bring you all up to speed of where we are now before we start moving forward in that manner. And I would also say that when you look at what the recommendation was for what the folks that put this together wanted to see from at least one elected official and what they're familiar with infrastructure, I know that I've been able to walk through the sewer plant and explain how it works because Councilwoman Taylor and I have been out several times. I've been involved in infrastructure related to economic development and understand how important that is, as well as I understand the financial side of it from a financial management perspective. I do hold a financial management certificate from the League of Municipalities. So to defend the manager, I think that to start with, I ended up at the discussion because I was the only one that showed up. And then as it unfolded, it turned out that everybody that was involved thus far, which was not the council at that point, thought I was the best person based on my skill set and the relationship that I have with the county, because that's basically what this is going to work out, is the city of Goldsboro is the utility provider. We are already in that business and we do that, and what it's going to involve is the city and the county deciding together a path forward. And that person, whoever that person is that the council appoints to sit on that committee, is going to be the person that sits in the meeting now that things are actually starting to move forward and saying, this is what I think, this is what I think, okay, now I got to go back to my council and say this is what went on today, if the council was not there. But every single elected official, any citizen, anyone that wants to see what's going on, it's an open meeting and you can be there. And I say that even to folks that are listening or watching online. Anyone can attend that meeting. It's just that one person needs to be the official person that's going to say, okay, I'll go back and talk to my city council. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I saw Councilwoman Weeks, and then I saw Councilman White, and then Pro Tem Jones. Councilwoman Weeks, the floor is
So
yours.
I'm going to make a motion as well, Mayor. I'm going to make a motion that we.
It says a point of order. We do have to hand. Well, you could do a motion to amend, but the way that we've always done them with our basic level of parliamentary procedure is we need to dispense with the motion that's currently on the floor.
Okay, we.
The motion was made and seconded.
That's right. So we had a motion and it's been properly seconded. So right.
Then I've got.
That's what's on the floor to be considered.
Right.
Mine was in discussion, not to make a motion.
Right. Yours is in discussion.
Mr. White and then me.
Okay. Did you have any point of discussion? All right, Councilman White.
So just to make it clear, because I didn't think we was interviewing for the position. I do understand utilities. I spent 31 years in the United States Army as an engineer, so I'm well versed in utilities and construction and site layouts and prep and stub ups and those type of things. So another thing is, I do agree with Councilwoman Brandy Matthews is that we need to share the wealth. We really need to share the wealth. So I am versed in it. I'm more than capable. I'm qualified. And as far as a degree in finance, I have a degree in business. And I'm well versed in things that could be comparable. So I'm sitting on the board.
Yes, sir. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours now.
Okay. Have you already been in meetings? Have there already been meetings going on and Councilman
Boyette has been the one attending.
Hours long in the middle of the day. I'm able to do it because it's a few minutes from my workplace. Hours long.
And was the council aware?
The meeting notices have gone out.
Okay. So you've been in 3 meetings already.
And online meetings, and we've had numerous emails because what we were working out was to get to this point right now that we're at.
So no other council person knew that these meetings were going
Everyone
on
knew.
and versed?
Well, you speak for yourself because I didn't know.
We got an email.
Well, I'm telling you again, speak for yourself because I didn't know.
All right. There's a motion on the floor. Did you have anything else for debate?
No, I'm trying to get some understanding.
Okay. Mr. Lewison, can you talk briefly about any notices that would have gone out for the various meetings over the last year and a half?
Well, it's kind of been on pause after they wrapped up the first one. And he was, the Councilman Boyette was selected at that point in time, but that's been 2 years ago. And then they just reconvened and they said, well, this is what the next step is. We got the grant. And so I brought it back to the city council for discussion to see who wants to be on the board going forward. But yeah, they've been sent out. I mean, I think Laura sent them out, and there hasn't been a lot of detailed discussion on it. You know, I sent out the report, but that's because we really haven't gotten into a lot of details yet, and we won't until we get the financial pictures and the financial performance. We've just been talking at a very high level about, and you've been in those meetings too, Mayor,
right,
with when we did the sticky dots. I think we've had maybe a total of 3 or 4 regional meetings over the last, I don't know, year and a half or so.
It's not been a weekly or a monthly thing. Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna move on. We're focusing on the wrong thing, in my opinion. Me personally, if it was sent out 111 times, a lot of us in this board communicate with each other outside of just sitting here at this dais. And a lot of information is shared that way. So it's easy for some people to clear a schedule to go to a meeting. Me personally, I can't do that at my job. But I do know that there is a particular council member that if they have enough notice, like other people have notice, regardless if it's sent out in an email or not, because sometimes it's sent out the day before, or sometimes it's sent out the day of, sometimes it's sent out a week before. But some of us can't move our schedules around like that, but that doesn't mean that the information is still not being shared. And me personally, I want to have somebody represent that I know for sure has an us mentality and is going to get the information to all of us. And again, we have a representative that has the flexibility to be on a lot of different boards, but that doesn't make that individual the best person to fit for that job. I want other people to have an opportunity to sit on these boards and offer their own expertise. And a lot of this is on the job training. I personally haven't done this before, and I'm constantly learning. I don't think has this ever existed before, this regional committee, or is this the first time that this thing exists and all of us are really going to be learning as we're going? So I think we should allow somebody else. I don't care who's been at the meetings. That doesn't matter to me. And the notices don't matter to me either. What matters to me now is we got to choose somebody. And my motion stands that I think that we should choose Councilman White to be the primary contact for this regionalization committee.
All right. A motion to debate and properly seconded. Debate has been had. Is there any further debate on this motion as it currently stands? The motion is to name Councilman White as the primary representative. So we will call the vote. All in favor of the motion to name Councilman White as the primary representative, please raise your hand. All opposed? And abstentions count as yeses. All right, so motion fails on a 4-3. All right, so we still have to name a representative. So do we have a motion for anyone? Name me, whatever we want to do, but we need to name somebody.
So I want to make a motion that both attend the meetings, but Councilman Boyette, since he's been in on the meetings for the last few years, that he be named the primary.
And the alternate?
And the alternate, Mr. White.
All right. A motion's been made and properly seconded to name Mr. Boyette as the primary, Mr. White as the alternate, and that they both attend. That was the motion, right? Is there a second?
I second.
You seconded. Is there any debate on that motion?
I don't have a debate, but I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Livingston, you mentioned that the meetings had paused and something happened. Can you just restate what you said? There was a couple meetings, and do you know how many meetings and when they were paused and when they started back? Because I really don't want this to be a popularity contest, and I hate to see it, and it happens every time, and it divides this board every single time.
Yeah, I understand.
So let's operate in facts instead of favor and opinion.
Right. So that's what I'm doing. There was a phase 1 part of the study. We gotten a grant for that, and it was kind of exploratory to see whether or not there was even enough agreements in the room to do any kind of regional sewer. And that was probably, and Bob checked me, maybe 2 years ago when we started that. We had a few meetings, and we just came down to the conclusion there was just basically 2 options, and that was what they called a 3A and a 4A, which was 3A was creating a new board, and we talked about that, and that was not something that the city council seemed to favor. And then we kind of said we want to see a merge situation like Raleigh, and so we really haven't gotten into the weeds with any of this yet. So other than just very, very high level. Now this next part of it is when we're really going to get in the weeds, and it's why I provide you the report information, but you can see those are just basically maps of existing sewer systems. That's basically what they said, and they recapped some of those meetings in there, which was very thorough with the recapping that CDM Smith did, and CDM Smith is the one that's carrying out this phase 2 of that. And I don't know how many meetings they're going to have, but I suspect there's going to be a few more meetings this time around because, well, there's larger grant dollars, number one, and number two, there's just, I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. So I don't know if that helped answer your question, Councilwoman Matthews, but it's really about any council person that wants to get involved with this project. I don't care if you're a primary alternate, secondary alternate, or whatever, just getting in the room would be actually very favorable, because I think it's very important that the city council understands the severity or the seriousness of this, because the county is depending on a regional sewer system to go forward, and the decisions we make are vital. And I've always said, and I still do, it's going to come down to cost. And we're the ones that have invested all the money in it. And when I talk a little bit later about viable utilities, we're the only utility. I mean, actually, we're not even considered viable because, believe it or not, our rates haven't really structured to the point where we're even considered viable, despite what you're hearing out there today. That's what the state says. We're not a viable utility.
So if I might just tag on to what Matt said. Phase one study was under a grant that we call a Merger and Regionalization Feasibility Study Grant. At the same time, that initial grant was awarded, and remember, that was done by invitation. State Water Infrastructure Authority invited you guys to apply for those funds. At the same time, there were also asset inventory and assessment grant projects that were awarded at the same time. Goldsboro was awarded a couple of these AIAs. Those are the grants that you guys can use internally, right? And they're very much what the title implies, right? It allows you to inventory and assess your assets. As part of that, what we like to see is realize you guys were awarded this really, like I said, it was at the ground level of the Viable Utilities Program. And so we've developed kind of like greater guidance for what we want to see in those programs before you started. But nonetheless, you guys had a great study done like with those funds. But they outline like basically the cost of rehabbing and replacing your infrastructure. And it calculates what that cost is over a 10-year time frame. And so that is the basis for a lot of the rate structures that you guys have made adjustments to. So as phase one was winding down, for the MRF, first of all, like because they were open meetings, I think the consultants wanted these folks to get to a decision point much quicker, and I told them like no, like everybody involved needed more time to digest that information. So then we came back about like it was like 4 or 5 months that we waited to come back. At that time, that's around the time that we closed out. So that was last summer, I believe, that we closed out phase one. There were some details in the report. You didn't see the final report until a couple months later. Again, that was on us, right? That we wanted to see, some fine tunes in that report. But then the delay on reconvening again, that was my fault, and that was because a couple of partners, they were still working on that asset inventory and assessment. I really wanted to get them as far along on those AIAs, on their projects, so that they know what they have, what condition their assets are, so that they know what they're dealing with. But you guys had done that work, right? So you guys were a little bit ahead of your partners, and that's why there was a delay. And it was so these other partners could catch up on their studies. So when we reconvened, I believe it was in March, and that's when we put forth, the committee to say like, hey, let's begin phase two, but let's really put it on the partners, to drive the committee. So I hope that helps with the when those meetings became irregular, that I will take the blame for a good bit of that.
And council may also remember there were a number of different quarterly meetings that the county pulled all the different municipalities in over at the Maxwell Center. We all put out meeting notices because there may or may not be 4 or more from just about, literally every municipality in Goldsboro. I know a number of council members attended those as well. There's been a lot of stuff over the last couple of years. It all kind of blurs together. So, Counselor, we're in the middle of voting.
Hey, just a second.
Yes, sir.
Hey, could you take that yes off? Thank you, Ms. Laura.
All right. So, motion has been made, properly seconded. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. The motion is that both the 10 and Councilman Boyette be named the primary and Councilman White be named the alternate. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, same sign. Seeing 2, motion passes, I believe. Motion passes on a 5. Again, abstentions count as yes, so on a 5-2 vote. All right. So with that, thank you. Mr. Livingston, is there anything further to come on item 9.1? All right.
Mayor.
Let's move to item 9. Yes, ma'am.
I think we still needed the motion on the staff people, didn't we?
Do you? I thought
Don't we?
I wasn't sure if that was something that you had the authority to do on your own.
It's also
Okay.
I think that's how Wayne County did it last week. So
Okay, perfect. So with that, council will entertain a motion to appoint the city manager as the primary and the the city manager and the public utilities director as the primary, with the engineering services manager serving as the alternate.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Yes, ma'am.
What about our water treatment staff?
the public utilities, that's what Bert is. He's over that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I just want.
Yeah. And Bob, if you could send out, I got a request from the council to send out any kind of emails on regionalization that you guys have sent out to us, just so if they want to get caught up with anything.
Yeah.
I'll look and see.
Yeah, let me follow up with you to verify exactly what you want. But yes, yeah, I'll be glad to do that.
All right, everyone, a motion has been made and properly seconded to appoint the city manager and then have the public utilities director as the primary, engineering services as the alternate. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. That was a unanimous. All right, thank you. All right, we'll move to section 10 of our agenda. Mr. Livingston, your report.
9.2.
9. Sorry, I scratched it out prematurely. Item 9.2, Lane County United Soccer Club agreement. Mr. Livingston.
Thank you, Mayor. The Parks and Recreation Director, Felicia, and I have been working on this, and I will let her present it. We've sat down a few times with the Wayne United Soccer Club, and we've got a mutually agreed upon agreement, and I think it's working good for both parties, or as proposed. But open it up for discussion. If you'll brief them on it, please.
If you don't mind briefing us on the agreement.
Okay. So, good evening again, everyone. So, to give you a little bit of background as far as the agreement itself, the City of Goldsboro had an agreement with the Wayne County United Soccer Club, a North Carolina not-for-profit or corporation, and that agreement actually expired December 31st, 2024. This agreement that was formed back in 2019 allowed the club to use our city fields for their practices and games, and that of course included our Bryan Multi-Sports Complex. In lieu of payment for city field usage, they traded volunteer hours with us. And of course, since entering into that agreement, their participant numbers have grown. Our program numbers have grown, like I said, with the inception of our Bryan Multi-Sports Complex. And so, again, with access to the city's fields, they've just been able to grow their program. As far as the discussion for this, again, that agreement has expired. It served its purpose, but we all still want to try to, get along, work together, play together if we can. So instead of providing volunteer hours, this new proposed draft agreement charges them a flat annual fee for for them to use our Bryan Multisports Complex. And the new agreement provides like preferred access to them for field number 1. And then also with the new proposed agreement, it's language in there because they had expressed interest in wanting to put a small storage shed on the property. So like once we get more information like on that, and then like with written agreement with a written consent from myself, they will be able to do that. And in addition to the fee, so the annual fee would be $10,500 that they will pay the city to get access to our fields instead of trading us for volunteer hours. Because right now, they were just trading us for volunteer hours. That was the money that they were paying us. So with the annual fee, they could pay it in 2 increments, once after the spring season, once after their fall season, and also in the proposed agreement is language in there about the fee will increase 2.5% each year for the inflationary factor. And I believe the proposed agreement is in your agenda packet. I tried to make it easy to read for everyone by putting the changes in red. One of the things with, I believe, the proposed agreement that you all have, it does not specifically say, upon them telling us, the size shed of blank by blank, but, that's one of the other probably additional corrections we'll be putting in the proposed agreement instead of what you all have that says, once they let us know what the size shed is, then they can move forward. But we were looking at adding language in there to specify the size, whether it's a, 8 by 8 or whatever. Because a small shed for me may be an 8 by 8, a small shed for them may be an 8 by 16, and that's a big difference.
So with that, just a point of procedure from Mr. Lawrence, give him just a second. So if we adopt the resolution authorizing the city of Goldsboro to enter into an agreement, but the agreement is still being finalized, so long as the term, the finances, those key components remain fixed, does that resolution cover me to execute the agreement?
Well, as long as you, I think, specifically just state that it's all subject to her approval of the shed and,
right,
and that the size of the shed is going to be inserted into the final draft.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure that we had that for the record. So, Council, any comments or questions from our Parks and Recreation Director on this agreement? One of those things. Yes, ma'am,
yes, sir. I have one question. I was reading the agreement last week when it was sent out to us and reviewing it. Concessions was left out of the agreement. Who gets the income from the concessions?
We do.
We do.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not part of the agreement, the old one or the new one. We've always got the concessions.
Perfect.
And one thing, we've had discussions with them too, but we're just not quite ready there yet. But they really want to maybe partner with the cost of putting some more lights out there. So that we wanted to get this kind of wrapped up first, and then see how things go, and then maybe partner with them to get some lighting out there.
Any other comments, questions on either the agreement or the resolution? Hearing none, Council would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Wayne County Soccer Club, subject to Parks and Recreation Director approving the shed and the details of the shed to be added to the proposed agreement.
So moved.
All right, motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we will call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank you for your time.
And that's been a long time coming. Thank you for getting that one knocked out. And don't be surprised when others want to replicate it. All right. So now, moving back to where I erroneously stated a moment ago, Mr. Livingston, if you'd please move to Section 10, your report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things on there that's in your agenda packet. We've kind of got to a point with negotiations with both Eureka and to the town of Fremont to basically, as you know, or I think you know, Fremont serves Eureka as a customer, and over time, Eureka's system has failed them, and they haven't been able to afford to pay their bill. Quite frankly, they've gone broke, for lack of a better term. And so Fremont has said to us, we're going to stop our relationship with Eureka. And so we've stepped in to say, okay, how can we make this work? And essentially the way we're proposing it is, because Eureka is going to have to continue to use the transmission lines that Fremont and Eureka put in, that Eureka's negotiated a conveyance charge, which is basically $4 per 1,000 gallons. And that would be negotiated into the rate that we would charge Eureka. And I've written this up in there, but the $4 credit would also be given to Fremont, $2 of which would be a cash payment based on Eureka's payment. The other $2 would be as a credit on their bill, because right now that bill continues to climb, as they can't really, they again, even though they are a customer of Fremont and they haven't paid, and Fremont's obligated to pay us, Fremont has taken the position that we're not going to pay because they're not paying us. So their bill continues to climb, and as we work towards a solution, we want to make sure that Fremont gets some credit, and we want to be able to solve the problems for Eureka too. This goes back to the discussion kind of in a way that there's not really a lot of good solutions here, because we're the ones that we can solve the problems for them, but that's because we're treating the sewer. But we can't do it by just saying, okay, we're not going to work with you. We gotta find a way to work with them. So this is what I was proposing, and they seem to be in favor of it. They are in favor of it, or they were last week. So. So that's kind of where we're at, and the attorney and I are going to sit down, because I need the attorney to wordsmith it some more for us, and we're going to talk about that, and probably not this week, but next week sometime, to kind of go through the terms of that. I just wanted you to see the general terms and what we were talking about, and seeing if you were comfortable with those general terms.
You've been working on that for 6 or 8 months now. I know we've talked about it at council a couple of different times about just kind of the reality of trying to bring some people together that their relationship had fallen apart. And so I appreciate your time and your work on that. It's been a challenge. It really, really has been. But ultimately, they're both our customers. We want them both to be successful, and we don't want to do it on the backs of the ratepayers, but we want them both to be successful and both be able to grow. So we are the solution to the problem, which is using that leverage to get people to work together sometimes takes time. So thank you for that. Is there anything further in your report?
Only other thing is I will be out of the office tomorrow and the remainder of the week, but feel free to call me if you need anything. But I'll be down at the beach for a few days.
Enjoy. All right, council. Well, with that, we will move to the mayor and council member comments. It is the first meeting of the month, and so I will begin on the dais to my right. Councilman Boyette, the floor is yours.
Okay. Believe it or not, I had actually wrote down some notes to be able to speak on a couple of things tonight, and I've left my note page at home. So here goes Chris again, shooting from the hip. So first off, as always, thank you to every one of our city employees. You're all valued and appreciated. The city could not run without you, and I mean that sincerely. The next thing, looking at a couple of different things here, that I know that this might be stealing some thunder from somewhere else, but I can't from someone else. I can't not mention what it meant for us to be able to make these economic development announcements that we've been able to make in the last few weeks. And I know I've stood up here since I was put in this seat and said there's lots of good things going on. We just can't talk about them yet. And that has been some of those things. It's been a long time coming, as most everybody knows now that keeps up with the media. 540 jobs, I think, $220 million worth of investment that's coming into our city, or our county. Let me make sure I state that correctly. And it's due to a lot of hard work that's been going on by a lot of people for a long time to get that to that point. And someone asked me the other day and said, well, what's the path forward? I hear about they'd asked me some questions about what the way forward was with sewer. And there was multiple people there, and I took a napkin and an ink pen and I wrote down on a napkin and held it up, and it said, no capacity, no growth. So the reason that we are able to do these things is because people are forward thinking and being able to prepare for the future. Just like those that come before us, as someone said in one of these recent announcements, the seeds that we plant today will be the future's trees. And we're seeing some things right now that we're able to take advantage of or say this has happened, and it's happened because of people that were in part before us that planted the seeds at this point. So I think it's very important to point out the significance of the economic development announcements and the significance as it relates to continuing to manage our infrastructure, expand our infrastructure. As the manager pointed out earlier, and there's been much discussion on, the city of Goldsboro is in the process of about a 3.5 million gallon expansion to our water reclamation facility, or the sewer plant. That's going to serve a lot of purpose, and we can't grow without that. And I'll cut this short to some degree, but if you don't plan and you don't put yourself in a position to win, you can't win. We have municipalities right here in this county that you can't build a house. You can't open a new business. You can't do any of that because they have no infrastructure to support it. So that's how important it is if we're going to grow and survive and thrive. And by the time we cross this bridge and get this much needed expansion done, it's going to be time to start looking at the paper and planning the next one, which we do have the ability and the room and the capacity at our wastewater treatment plant to not only do this expansion that we're all talking about right now. We've got the capacity and the ability to do that much again in our existing facility. But I'll be the first one to point out, it takes something to do it. That's money. It's what happens. And I know that we've had some discussion tonight, and there's been some folks here that's asked some questions about that, but I promise you there's a path forward, and there's a reason why that consultant at the work session last year said we needed to plan on raising our rates 6% a year to be able to get there. Last year, we pedaled backwards and we didn't do that, and now we're having to pay the piper back, and now it's a 9% this year in order for the path forward that's been recommended to us by the professionals, in order for that path forward to be able to actually unfold. So what's going to happen in that regard, the money is going to be banked away, as someone pointed out, and the money's growing. Where is it going? Well, it's not going anywhere right this minute. It's going to go somewhere when it's time to do this expansion that we're speaking of. When the time comes, and I'll go on record to say this because it's my opinion, does Chris think that we're going to have to, as the city, write a check for the entire $130 million, give or take whatever that figure is? Do I think we're actually going to have to write that whole check? Personally, I think when we're closer to the end of the path, I think, and I'm optimistic, that someone will step in and help us, meaning we'll get some grant opportunity, some funding from the state. That's only my opinion, and I make that very clear. It's only my opinion, but I can promise you this from knowing how some of that stuff works. If we as a city can't prove that we're able to do the work and do the right things heading in that direction, nobody's going to help us. We have to prove that we have the responsibility and the proper folks in place to be able to fund the expansion as it moves along its process. When we get closer to the end, I think if the right opportunity presented itself, we'll get some help. But we've got to keep our eye on the prize till we get there. And that's what this is all about as it relates to that. That's all about economic development in that regard. As I said, more good things are happening. Thank you to the budget committee for all the hard work you've done on this budget. I think we're there. We're in the right zip code for the budget. We can look now and start to see the benefit from what we did last year, because we told our citizens of this city that we're going to need to increase taxes in order to fix public safety. And we increased taxes, and we spent that money on public safety, and we fixed public safety. If you look at the stats right now, it's trending in the right direction. Are we there yet? No, we're not completely staffed up yet, but it's trending in the right direction. Part 1 crime is down, spot shotters down. We're getting staff back up with the PD. We're making a difference. Our officers are making a difference. Our police department's making a difference because they feel like they've got the support of the community and the support of this council to give them what they need. We had to ramp up and put more officers back on the street because they had all left because of the pay. We all know that. But those officers have to have a patrol car to drive. They have to have a benefits package. They have to have a handgun. There's things that they have to have that we have to provide them. And when this council took their seats and got elected, I've said it before, and this is my opinion, the city was literally falling down around us because tax increases had not been done to keep things up, because every single thing in every single one of us' life costs more today than it did yesterday. Things cost more, money's going to have to be spent more. What our citizens should hope for is the people that they elected to these seats do the right thing as stewards of that money and spend it where it needs to go. And I say that because we are spending the money, but we can't say we need less money to do more things. I am going to be responsible, and I have full faith in my fellow council members up here that we are going to be responsible with the money that we take. But it takes money to run the city. It takes money to run a government. I've said for 30 years now, the government and the local government needs to be run like a business. You take in money, you spend money, you're responsible with it, and you're accountable for the things that you spend the money for. And I think we're trending in the right direction. Our fire department, for the first time in 8 years, I believe Chief Stempian said, our fire department is fully staffed. That's phenomenal that our fire department is fully staffed because of the steps this council took last year to start turning our ship around. And I believe in everything we've done. I stood by what we've done, and I'm going to stand by what we do in the future, because what we're doing up here is for the benefit of the citizens of this city, and I take that job very seriously, as do the people that's sitting up here with me. One last thing, I promise I'll be quiet. It has been said again tonight that we all know streets are in awful shape in this city. There are two different kinds of streets in this city. There are state-maintained roads and there are city-maintained roads. We don't have responsibility for those state-maintained roads, but we know which ones are which. So in my district, people reach out to me all the time. I've gone around the last 90 days or so, and people's asked me in my district, would you come speak to our group and explain what the tax reval means? Would you come speak to our group and explain what the sewer expansion means and where the money's going? I'm always happy to do those things. And if someone asks me a question I don't have an answer to, I can get an answer to, thankfully, because of the professional level of staff that we have, to be able for us to go and ask those questions of. And from a pavement standpoint, I've said up here before, that is something that we want to do, we need to do, our citizens need that, and it's something that our citizens can see the needle move. I use that term all the time. Our streets are falling apart because the money has not been set aside to be able to repair our streets. So we all heard what the consultant that we paid to come tell us what the deal was come to that podium and said, if we don't spend $3.5 million a year, we're going to continue to go backwards with our streets. It's got to take $3.5 million of investment to be able to just stop the backwards situation, not all of a sudden repave every street in this city. $3.5 million just to stop the bleeding, for lack of a better term. And we're talking about an effort has been figured by the hardworking folks that got us there, how to come up with $1 million of that. They didn't come up with $3 million of it. We're working on that. We're heading in the right direction, but I promise you, doing something is better than doing nothing. And we are doing something, and we're going to move this community forward. And there's a lot of things going on that's good, and there's a lot more things that are going on that's good that are going to be able to allow this community to prosper. And I sincerely believe that, and I'm sorry for rambling on, but I didn't have my notes, and I had to say what I was going to say. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me for the extended time, and I apologize to my council mates.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
be quiet.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
So a lot of the things that Chris talked about, I was looking at my notes and I'm like, oh, Chris, are you over here stealing my stuff I have written down? But I'm just going to touch on 3 things tonight. The first thing is we have Mr. Robinson come up and we did the proclamation for the Gun Violence Awareness Month. And it made me remember that last year at this same time, we were here, we were wearing orange, and we were very upset. We had shootings going on all across the city. People were scared to come out of their homes. It was bad. So I just do want to say that I notice an improvement. I hope everyone else does too. I'm glad that we're not here this month in Gun Violence Awareness Month talking about someone else that just got shot down in broad daylight. My second thing is that I do notice a big improvement with police presence. I had several business owners and people that work downtown this past week come up to me and just thank us for the work that the council has done, and they're thankful for the GPD. They were having so many problems downtown with people accosting the customers and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And they said that since the officers have been downtown this past week, they've noticed a big difference, and they're very happy about that. And then the last thing is Miss Austin, she came up and she talked about the streets. I agree with Chris 110%, is that our streets need a lot of work. I do live on Walnut Street, and all of those streets that Miss Austin named, plus hundreds more in Goldsboro need help. They need to be repaved. So I was glad to see on the budget list this year that we are putting money aside, and I'm hoping that we're going to take what the consultant said about the worst streets and that we're going to work to get these streets improved so people won't damage their cars. They can back out of their driveways without messing up their alignments, and people can be proud to call Goldsboro home. So I'm hoping that as everyone continues to live here in the city, that you guys are noticing the improvements that I'm noticing.
Thank you. Tim?
Okay, I promise you I'm going to be brief. First, I would like to thank and commend the volunteers at the James and Pine Street Historical Black Business. I know this is June, but over the May, during the Memorial Dillard Alumni event, I want to thank them for their hard work. I was in and out. I didn't stay long periods of time, but I was there, and I want to thank them. They really worked hard. They really wanted it to come off really well, and I think people had a good time. So I want to commend the volunteers for that. Also, I'm very excited about the grant, the $250,000 grant from Trillium that we will have a special needs park, and I'm very excited about that. And I want to thank everybody. I don't want to call any names because I'm going to forget somebody. So everybody that had a part in bringing that to fruition. And I really enjoyed the young man that was holding the check. He was just sweet and dear. So I enjoyed being there with him as well. And then my last thing is I want to commend the Dillard alumni. I'm not going to go into too much about it, but the Dillard alumni events, they were awesome. They were really, really nice, and I want to commend that committee, every committee. I'm not going to call names because I don't know them all, but it was really a very nice event the whole weekend. And so I want to commend and thank the president, Jamarius Coley, because he is the one that I had, just really had been talking to. So I want to thank the city staff. I want to thank those two ladies sitting over there. They are so helpful and kind, and all the city staff, but most of the time I'm in there, we're in them. So I want to thank you so much. And I'm done.
Councilwoman, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who showed up tonight. Thank you for everybody who has been emailing, calling, and texting to share your concerns about the budget. I always encourage everybody to get in this room. Even if you don't say anything, your presence in here matters. And I do want to encourage everybody to not pay attention to what we say up here, pay attention to how we vote. Transitioning to what's happening in the district, we're continuing to do the work, but I do want to invite everyone to our upcoming event, June the 20th from 6 to 8 at W.A. Foster. We are going to do a Uno and Uplift. And note, we're not just playing cards, we are building community. So want to invite, it's specifically for our young people, 11 to 18, but adults, you are welcome to come. Sign-in sheets will be the link will be available on Wednesday via my councilwoman page. But if you're hearing this and you are not following the page or you want a different way to get the link, please let me know. Or you could just send me your name and I'll go ahead and add you to the list. We're going to have food, we're going to have prizes, and more importantly, we're going to have fun together as a community. That's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Mine were just a couple of affirmations for this evening. The first one is to congratulate the Wayne County Development Department and everyone who played a part. I know, Mayor, you were in some conversations, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Boyette. I just appreciate everybody who was a part of those conversations. That is just a huge, huge win for our county. The next thing is I wanted to publicly say to you, City Manager, that you've been doing a phenomenal job. I'm extremely impressed with your reporting, and I'm also impressed with your communication skills, how you, call us, invite us to lunch, give us opportunities to share what's going on in our district. And I know there have been several things in my district that I have been able to call you and you've been able to take care of quickly for me. So I just wanted to say I'm extremely grateful. And then my last thing is I just wanted to wish a happy belated birthday to our mayor. I was talking with another council member today. Your sacrifices do not go unnoticed. We see the hours, we see the photos, we see the sacrifices you have to make with your wife and with your family. And so I just want to say on behalf of the council, happy birthday, and we're extremely grateful for your service, sir.
Kind of you, thank you. Councilman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On a sad note, Councilman the Honorable Marlon Lee passed on last week. Had the pleasure of going to be with his family today and seeing his home going. It was an honor to be in that room. He started a lot of great initiatives in Smithfield and Selma and in the High School of Clayton, so he'll be sorely missed. He's also my fraternity brother, so it was a nice showing that the other municipalities had people there and surrounding areas to really speak highly of him. So we thank him. I praise him for that. Board meetings. So some of the constituents have come to me and said that they're displeased with the education board and the city council board meetings being on the same night around the same time. I do agree with that, and I also think that our citizens shouldn't have to choose from the elected officials that they chose to represent them or what meeting they will go to. So I will ask Mr. Mayor if we could put our head together and please see if we can come up with some kind of resolution that they don't have to choose at which meeting they will want to attend, because both of them are very important. Matt, just a note, I didn't bring it up while we was talking about the actual new subdivision in District 6, but I did bring it up to Jonathan that pump or closing that loop has not happened, and we're getting ready to tap into that again with the new site with the water pressure issues already. He did say that that's on his radar, and he was talking about closing some loops, but I think that should be high up on the priority if we're going to put that new development there with the water issues already. And that development, I don't know if that development is going to happen at all. That was going to supposedly close that loop.
Okay.
All right, so I think we need to put that on the radar. Once again, I will advocate for District 6. We're growing expeditiously, and it's nice to see the growth. However, with growth, our infrastructure do need to be addressed. Our streets are horrible, as everybody else's is. But I will tell you that this seems that District 6 is the only one that's carrying the lion's share right now of development. So I will ask that we really look into developing. District 6 is the only one that's carrying the lion's share.
I am sorry.
It's carrying the lion's share of the development right now. So I will ask that we really look into our infrastructure. And then a shout out to our the sign people, Jonathan.
Engineer, yes, sir.
Right. They got the 15-mile-an-hour signs up in Hope Village, and so they're ecstatic about that. And you can see them with their walkers out there now, not having to worry about getting ran over. I say that lovingly. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that lovingly because that's what it is. Okay, record time, and we're going to take it. All right, and that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The budget is the hardest thing that we do. I think everything else you can kind of go for it or against it or whatever else, and at the end of the day it sort of works itself out. The budget is something that sets the tone for an entire year's worth of work and investment, and it deserves the amount of time that it has gotten this year. We did a little bit different, trying to get opinions and get folks in the room as early as possible, and trying to get folks to what are your priorities, what are the things you want to see invested in, what are the things that matter the most to you, and get all those strategic priorities from every member of council early and be able to pull something together. It's after that it becomes an exercise of compromise. Something that I said publicly is I want to stay very close to revenue neutral, and then there's other folks that want to see everything from streets, police, the MAG study, the expansions in infrastructure, all these different things, and you have to put it in a melting pot and figure out the right balance. And it's incredibly difficult. It's always done very thoughtfully, but I will say that this year, having watched it intimately, it's very deliberate. It's very intentional. There's a lot of effort that goes into trying to strike that balance. And I think that tonight we have heard from some really dedicated members of the public, and I always say this and I mean it, thank you for coming forward and being brave enough to come to this podium and say something that may or may not be popular in the room. But it's important that we remember who we serve and how we serve them and what we're here to do, even if the thing in that moment that we are attempting to do, they may not like us for in that moment. There's tough decisions that you have to make that have long-term ramifications, and part of that is funding. we look for funding constantly. Anytime there's a new grant that gets accepted by the city, it comes to city council and we approve a budget resolution to be able to create that fund code. And most recently it was the $250,000 for Parks and Recreation for the playground. Prior to that, it was another Department of Environmental Quality, water system grant. Before that, it was at PFAS or something like that. It's constant, and with police and fire, they understand you have to constantly be looking for resources and funding and different things, because we don't want to put all of it on the backs of the property taxes that are raised in the city. It's simply not enough. It's not the right way to do it. So we lean towards economic development. We lean towards finding those partners that can help us. We had 2 phenomenal announcements in the last 30 days that have already been touched on. 500 plus jobs and $250 million in capital investment that's going to go into different industrial employers that are going to hire people right here in Goldsboro. That's how you try and grow a tax base. Housing developments that are quality and respectful of the neighbors that are around them, and can help to elevate the tax base and elevate the population and give people that are looking for options a next step. Streets, we've already talked about it enough. I leave when I'm on William Street. So y'all know that I work in between my office over on William Street, and then I bounce over to City Hall as needed during the day a lot. Down William Street, take a left on Walnut, drive all the way down to Herman. It's wrecked. It's absolutely wrecked. It's a thrashed strip of asphalt. I don't think it's really been touched but once since I've been driving down it. Going from my parents' house, Virginia and Walnut, straight down Walnut to where my grandparents used to live over at Walnut and Madison. We got to make some investments in these streets. It's got to happen. We cannot keep letting our neighborhood streets fall apart. I respect the balance that we struck. I think it's a good balance. I like seeing what we can do with Powell bill plus the $1.5 million or $1.2 million, and seeing if we can spend all of that, because you got to go from contracting, engineering, and actual boots on the ground doing the work, seeing how that happens. So it's going to be complicated, but I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. Next, and I want to be really emphatic on this, school gets out this week. For pretty much any school that's left in, school gets out this week. There are an abundance of summer camps. I know P&R has really put together a robust summer schedule. They're probably already booked up, but I'm really proud of the expansions to their summer programs that they've got in place. Making sure that our youth have something constructive and safe to do is just absolutely critical. We do not want to see the same negative impacts of last summer this summer, and we've made very deliberate decisions between last summer and now to hopefully have a better summer in that way. So with that, that concludes my comments. Council, I do have bad news. We have a closed session that we need to get to. I would entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss matters related to litigation, personnel, and economic development.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session to discuss those.
All right, motion has been made. Motion has been seconded to go into a closed session to discuss matters related to litigation, personnel, and economic development. Ms. Getz, will you be in here or in the interim? In the interim? All right, perfect. So motion has been made, properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. All right, motion passes on a 6-1 vote. Council will see you in the interim in just a minute.
You guys drive the rally.
All right, we're up. All right, council. Mr. Livingston, is anything further to come before
No,
council
Mayor.
this evening? Mr. Lawrence? No. Hearing none, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion's been made and properly seconded
Yes.
to adjourn. All in favor, please raise your hand.